chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
So it's a final night here for the Korean qualifiers, PUBG, the road to the Esports World Cup. 6 games are all that remain to see which 3 teams from Korea will make their way over to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. Jordan, right now it's all about T1, Gen G. They're in the top 2, but there are a couple of teams that are very much on their heels. It's not big point margins at all. FN Esports, the team in 3rd, only an 8-point gap to Divine, who of course had a very good day yesterday. D+ around the mark, as the Pentagram around the mark, and Eagle Owls, a great night 1, not so good yesterday. Those are a lot of the teams I think we're going to have a large focus on tonight to see who can make top 3.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I mean, there's 6 games to play, as you've said, so there is enough time for a lot of these teams to overcome that kind of a points margin, but general wisdom would be that about 20 to 25 points is probably going to be a little bit too much to overcome for the large majority. So you'd think T1 and Gen G are going to be safe as we take a look again back at that format, and just remind you guys where we're sitting for the EWC qualifiers. Right now we are into those finals. We are into day 3 of those finals, so the top 3 teams are advancing. That's why you've highlighted, I've highlighted T1 at Gen G, 106, 102 points respectively. It is going to be tough to imagine that they are going to be able to fall out of at least a top 3 placing. The only reason I'm diving as deep in onto this conversation already as I am is though Gen G had a horrible day yesterday. So that actually does beg quite a few questions. If Gen G have a day like they did yesterday, then there is a very real possibility someone's going to be able to overtake them. We normally talk about that 20 to 25 point margin under the assumption that the team on top is still going to be putting together a halfway reasonable day. But if you don't even manage to put a halfway reasonable day together, yeah, 25 points is actually super achievable for the likes of the Divines, the As the Pentagrams, the D+ Kiers, the teams that we saw starting to rise up a little bit yesterday. So prudent to have a look at the scoreboard here. You can see what we're talking about in a bit of a more visual form. 106 for T1. They're looking very solid, I will say. Gen G, bit up and down, definitely. And FN, look, they're in a solid spot with that gap that they've built themselves over the last couple of days, but it is by no means a guarantee.
No, absolutely not. And the teams I touched on earlier, you know, your Divines, your Aslers, your D+, even your Eagle Owls, despite a poor night yesterday where I think they only picked up about 26 points, in contrast to the 53 that they got on night 1, they're all very much close enough that they can at least contend. Even if you look at Star Balloon, 19 points, 6 games, it's doable, but you're on that point now where it's like you can't really have bad games. Esports from Bagapa, KXG, unless they go out and have, you know, 70 to 80 point night, I think it'll be a stretch. And from Superstar down below, I'm confident enough to put the line through those teams with 6 games. Now, if we want to be fair, it's sort of like, okay, well, maybe a Superstar or a Phantom Hearts, if they go and have 6 incredible games, they could do something very special. But I think you've got to look at it on the basis of the form that we've seen throughout this tournament so far. I mean, Phantom Hearts have played 12 games. They've got 6 placement points. How are we to then expect that to change? If it happens, great. Maybe they can do something miraculous, but that's what is required. And so therefore I'm pretty confident to put kind of a line through those sort of teams. Ignis, SGA, if you mind game, unfortunately I think it was more for Ignis and SGA. Was it Ignis who had like 5 points on day 1?
Yeah, it was Ignis.
And then they had a better night yesterday, clearly, with, you know, 38 points. If they had have had back-to-back 38 point game nights, they actually would have been, you know, in the conversation tonight, where it's like, hey, if they have an even better night, maybe they could do something crazy. But I think, you know, looking at that leaderboard, it's very much, you know, top 6, top 7, fighting it out for the 3 spots. And by no means are T1 and Gen G safe. Like we saw yesterday, Gen G at their worst, and if it wasn't for that very last game on Erangel last night, where they doubled the overall points they got last night, they would have been in an absolute strife. They might not have even been in the top 3 coming into tonight. So definitely room for improvement for Gen G coming into night 3 after a horror showing yesterday. As we look at the maps for tonight, we continue with the same trend. Miramar to begin, then followed by Tego, Rondo, Erangel to then close, which I'm going to be honest, I kind of like having a set schedule. I know that typically in other PUBG tournaments, Jordan, it'll be like rotating through. So like if this had been night 1, then night 2 would have started with Erangel, then Rondo, then Tego, etc. But I also like it from, if I was a player, I think just having set every single night, you know, all 3 nights we start Miramar, we end Erangel. I kind of like that. But ultimately coming into this, if you're T1, you're Gen G, you start well, you can then breathe a little easier as the night goes on.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I mean, I feel today is going to be a bit of an interesting one just in terms of where teams are going to be moving and shaking. I'm having a bit of a look back at yesterday and just the points tallies that were picked up over the course of yesterday. Just to remind you, 28 points only for Gen G, and a large majority of those would have come from the last game. Yeah, we were saying like they've literally doubled their points from the previous game or from the last game. So if they would have maybe not had that one decent game to finish the day off, that could have been like a 15-point day, for example, for them. And you're looking at someone like FN Esports, Divine, D+ Kia, T1, all having 45 plus days. Bego Par 40 plus, Superstar 40 plus. So there are teams that are kind of like still floating around that may be of interest. I tend to agree with you though, that I think that if you're outside of, let's say, the top 8 right now, so that would be esports from all the way down to 16th place if you mind game, I don't think you're going to have enough to make it, regardless of how bad of a day T1 and Gen G and whatever have. You're looking at other teams above you that are probably still in pretty fine form. Divine have been pretty consistent across the board. They got 49 points on day 2 and 34 points on day 1, so that's pretty solid for them. T1 59 points on day 1 into 47 points on day 2, so it's going to be tough to catch those kinds of names. And again, solid little individual performances out from Asla, Pentagram, D+ Kia, Eagle Owl, Star Balloon. They are the kinds of teams that have shown us enough over the last couple of days to say, yeah, in this theoretical world where if they would have 6 magical games, I could remotely believe that. But when you say that about Ignis, or when you say that about SGA InShot, I'm like, no, bro, that's just not going to happen, because they just do not have the track record of even putting together one amazing game, unfortunately. So that's where you're kind of having to draw the line, I think. And for anyone that's not outside, or is outside of the top 8, not inside of the top 8, I think it's probably going to be a little bit too much to ask. So it's a tough day at the office for those teams down towards the bottom end, but for the teams towards the top end, 3 spots available, and anybody's guess as to where we end. I will say right now, though, I am leaning T1 first place, maybe Gen G dropping off into 3rd, and somebody else taking that 2nd spot. But I think Gen G is going to be in for a battle.
Yeah, I would say that you're right in terms of T1, Gen G, while they're not locked into the top 3 by any means, right now, going into the final 6 games, if you were to kind of see the more likely of the teams that we've got to close out and finish in the top 3, those 2 would be front runners. The 3rd spot for me is wide open. It's very difficult to probably then put a 3rd team and say, yeah, they're likely to get it, even though FN Esports is in that 3rd spot right now. By no means a guarantee. Like, they've shown inconsistency before. What happens if it happens again tonight? I'm looking still at D+ Kia. I've been kind of on them after a slow start night 1. They were really poor to begin with. They got going towards the end of night 1 and then picked up that pace going into night 2 as well. But they still, to me, have not put together a full core game where they've just gone out and gotten 20-something points. And if they can do that once or twice tonight, that can be a difference maker for them to kind of leapfrog into the top 3. So if I was to go for a little bit of a wild card pick, it might be something like a D+ Kia into that 3rd spot alongside Gen G, T1. But I think FN Esports obviously in a really good position. Asla, Pentagram, can they kind of find some of that night 1 form again? Eagle Owls too. I mean, like, they had an incredible start to night 1. Yesterday, the complete reversal. So which one do we get tonight for Eagle Owls? Do we get the team last night who couldn't win any fights that were largely irrelevant, or do you get the night 1 team who at times was dropping 10+ kills and getting top 4s? We just don't know, which honestly is the best thing that you can have coming into night 3 for a top 3 qual game. You've got it wide open as it possibly can be. T1, Gen G, if they have a sleeper night, they're not guaranteed. There's enough teams below them. Historically, Jordan, in these tournaments, sometimes you might only have a 4th team or a 5th team that's fighting for top 3, but I think there's enough down to 7 or 8 that are suggesting if you're in that top 2, there's enough teams that can leapfrog you if you have a bad night, and that's what you want. Getting close to game 1 here for tonight. Unfortunately, we did have a lobby issue, hence the slight delay getting into Miramar. With Miramar in itself in this lobby, the way that it's kind of played out has very much been slow going, slow pace, and then the ramp up fire towards the mid game, which is typically how Miramar does play. I'm expecting more of that again, and talk about a perfect plane path to begin. Straight over El Pozo, all the way down to Puerto Paraíso. A couple of areas of Miramar we haven't really seen a lot of, though, in this tournament in particular. Like the Monte Nuevo region has been been pretty much largely excluded. We haven't really had like an Al Azhar. We've seen a lot of the field play like south of Los Leones, and I think around Minas Generales. So a lot of that more eastern side of Miramar has been most of the mainstay from our Miramar games so far this tournament. I'm hoping we can go a little bit more out west.
Yeah, let's find out though. It is game 1 of the day, match 13 of the tournament of a whole. And look, I mean, an 18-game tournament, it does definitely leave those opportunities open for pretty much everybody. Like you say, today's a new day and anything can happen. 6 games to decide who goes through to EWC from Korea. By the way, Xenox, for the Elfish Guy and Xenox fans, we'll be back next week for APAC as well. So looking forward to that. And it's going to be another qualifier. I believe it's actually underway at the moment. They'll be into round 2 of their qualifier, where we're now into round 3 of the Korea qualifier. So a lot of PUBG action happening. I know that there's obviously the North America and EMEA qualifiers happening over this weekend as well. That's been covered by a couple of the other fellas around the traps just after we finish up. So, you know, if you want to watch more PUBG, I guess stick around here on the EWC_White channel and you'll have plenty to watch. But we'll take a look at this first zone shift of the day, and it is going to center up. So you're not going to get anything too outrageous out of this one. I mean, look, Power Grid looks like a great spot to be right now for Phantom Hearts. A lot of the time you're going to see zones like this one pull in around there. There's a lot of sort of not unplayable terrain, but the zone's going to move away from a couple of the hills around Power Grid, and oftentimes it does sort of like go down over the top of that northern side. So we'll see where that does end up, but I'd love to be in a position such as Power Hearts, Phantom Hearts. They are in Power Grid. They may be Power Hearts at this point. I'd love to be in their position. You know, they've got easy rotation past wherever it ends up going. So great start to the day for them. And for Divine, a team that we certainly want to keep our eyes on. Maybe going to be a little bit of a more difficult ask, setting themselves up here at truck stop though. They've got some vehicles ready to go and easing their way into the day.
Yeah, and teams like that we've got in this tournament, like Divine, Asla, D+, you know, that kind of bunch of teams that I mentioned all the way down to Pro Star Balloon, you don't have to go and overcome the point deficit all in one game. So you come into this and you think, all right, let's just kind of play our game. No funny business, no shenanigans. We don't have to think about high risk, high reward factors, which maybe those will be the talking conversations within the teams going into, say, Erangel, where you think, okay, well, the point gap is maybe still a little bit too large. Do we think about not necessarily hot drops, but just the way that we want to play to gain the points necessary to get in? But right now, you know, for those teams, you don't have to think about it. There are other teams that necessarily might have to think about it. Esports From might be my best example at 67 points. They're not too low that they're out of it, but they're also not high enough, Jordan, that they're, you know, right on the heels of, let's just say, FN Esports on 91 points in third. You know, they're still a solid 24 points behind. So do you come into this game of Miramar and say, okay, let's just see what happens, but then the next game we might have to start risking things a little bit more. They're a decent kill team. They're a decent placement team. I think Esports From is a good middle ground between the two, but they might have to ramp up one of those two sides a little bit more, maybe more kills to then try and get late, those kind of things. So like that's something we'll kind of look at going into today. Honestly, if you're Baker, as we're watching them, they might be first on the block. Baker and KX Gaming have to come into this game and play with a little bit more risk. 58 points, 59 points for the two teams respectively. You're far enough away already coming into the first game tonight for the final night that you have to now think we need to be a little bit more aggressive. We need to go for kills while still valuing our lives overall for deep placement games. You need to get a good solid combination of both if you're going to have any chance of top 3.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame in the case of Begapar, because they would have been in a position toward the back end of last night if they would have won that first game on Erangel or placed highly in that first game on Erangel. You remember the one where T1 dropped in on their compound with an emergency pickup and so essentially took away the game-winning position from them. You know, if they would have been able to convert that game, they could have had another maybe 10 or 15 points on the board, and that actually could have gone a long, long way today. But you're absolutely right. They are going to have to bear that in mind and try to play a little bit more, not aggro necessarily, but they do have to kind of be on the front foot in a sense. You know, if you sense an opportunity, I don't think you can really hesitate in their setup, and you're just going to have to kind of go for it and hope that everything that you do try to attempt is going to turn into gold. And look, there is a possibility for some talented players to make that one happen. Bean is going to get the delivered vehicle. What is this? I don't even know. He's just picked up the vehicle and now he's off as well. So I guess they didn't want Bean in that compound. They wanted Tosi over there. He's going to head back over to Orca. and link up. But again, a nice split from Gen G toward the center of the zone. They've got sort of Graveyard and south of it under their possession. And we know this church position is a really good one to do some scouting from. You know, you've got a nice little sort of perch to sit in there. You can get a lot of info and have a bit of a look around and see what's happening. It's somewhat up on the high ground as well in terms of the terrain around the area. So it's, again, a solid position to be in for Gen G. And look, honestly, all they really need to do today is probably have one good game, and that will be enough to get them through. So they'd love to do that in game one of the day, and they absolutely have a position that they could do that from.
Yeah, I agree. I think one good game, and then you kind of trickle in a couple of average games, and that might be enough. You know, the only way that would maybe not be enough is both, you know, Divine and D+ having both godlike kind of nights, and then you got maybe two teams that could dislodge you. But and I do largely agree. PO spots, if you mind, game over in the distance. This circle is a really, really fun circle. I said we wanted to go maybe a little bit more west, and it has at least given us to that in a small degree. But with the center up, there's still so much to play. So yeah, phase one, you're probably not going to see, or at least you shouldn't see any deaths. Typically on a circle like this, there's so much terrain to play. But it's all about just, you know, getting vehicles, getting loot, poking at others, being a nuisance. If you mind game, a good example of that, with their currently, you know, in a pretty good position. Bagap's also in a very good position. There's nothing more than you can really do than just try and, can you get some knocks, deal with the helmets and obviously the vests, maybe force them to use a couple of meds, just to annoy them a little bit for the late game, to not have them necessarily as readily available. But you're not going to see any crashes. You're not going to see really any even rotate conflicts on the pathways in, because this zone is so large, so many areas, very difficult to predict kind of zone as well. So yeah, I don't expect much in the next 2.5 minutes, which, you know, probably not a bad thing if you're a team that's already in a pretty good spot. You can cop a feed, and Bagapa, they're the ones I got my eye on right now in this game. I think they got a good spot. If they cop a feed, it could be a good game for them. That's exactly what they need. Polar Bite knocked down by Raining. Probably not going to see the flush come through though. Oh, never mind. Wait, come on, you can move.
Looking possible.
Never mind, he does get the kill.
Well, T1 already off to a good start. And that's a little bit of a mistake from IFMG. And look, frankly, they can't afford those given where they're on the standings.
No, that's a bad position for Polar Bear to be. I mean, if you're playing Miramar, you can get knocked, that's fine. But where you're essentially, you know, going to get knocked into should be able to then avoid any extra damage, right? Like that's a good example there. Type shooting onto a player from D+. If he does get the knock, that's great, but he's not going to get the actual kill. So that means the D+ player can, you know, peek that. Same thing here with Ian. Like, let's just say someone from Ignis decides to take a shot, hits his head, gets the knock. They're too far away to run over and get the flush, and then he's going to get knocked behind this defilade. So yeah, Polar Bear a little bit more out in the open, couldn't get tucked in left into the cliff anymore, and that cost him his life. But I guess those are the things you maybe expect a little bit from a team that's unfortunately dead last as things do currently stand, and it's not going to help their cause.
Yeah, definitely not. It's going to help the T1 cause, though, as they continue to mount that pressure on the rest of the lobby. They are currently sitting in first place, and they're the first team to pick up a point today. So the gap is starting to grow. Ignis here on our screens, pulling up next to T1. Going to be trying to put together as good of a day as they possibly can, but I think any thoughts of making it through to the EWC probably quite far from their minds at this stage.
Those are the awkward games too. I mean, as a player, as a professional esports player, you're coming into a night where realistically you can't win, and that's mentally difficult because, like, you know, I guess it happens in sports as well, you know, in a certain whatever sport it may be. Sometimes the margin just gets out too far and you think, oh, we just can't really win, but we have to keep playing. And I think for the difference, at least in esports, and again the same I guess for sports as well, but you're essentially just playing to build form. Keep good fundamentals in check as we get the circle pop a little bit to the north. It's over San Martin. Not a bad pop for Phantom Hearts. They'll keep their position over a power grid. Rather central. Bagapa on now a little bit more of the edge of the zone. But yeah, I mean, you've just got to come into this and kind of treat it now as, for the lower teams, glorified scrims. You're going to have more PUBG action throughout the year. You just want to make sure you keep building good fundamentals. Use this as a good opportunity to play with a little bit more freedom. Don't look at it as an entire negative. You've got 6 games tonight where, you know, you haven't really got anything to lose, as you're likely already out. You've only got everything to gain in terms of further experience playing in a stacked lobby. That's got to be the team's mindset.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're 100% right. Like, you're never going to get better practice than you are in an official game. That is just the nature of it. Scrims are one thing, and you can have the best scrims in the world, but it's a good chance you probably won't have the best teams necessarily. Maybe not everybody's playing, not everybody's got their full lineup, or, you know, maybe teams are sort of just taking the mickey here and there. 1 or 2 teams can do that, and that can really ruin just like the flow or the feeling of the whole lobby. So this is a really good opportunity to just keep that ball rolling, like you say, for a team like Ignis, and move later into the year and seek those opportunities further on down the track. We saw a fair bit of damage being pumped out there by Gen G with the M249. I think it was in their hands, and so we'll keep an eye on that one later on, as that zone shift did in the end go up north. Like I said, around Power Grid, it tends to try to shift away from that sort of ridge that encompasses Power Grid, if that makes sense. So it will probably shift north again here, and you can see most of those teams starting to read into that and moving obviously out of the likes of Picardo, out of the likes of Graveyard. Gen G have got a 2-2 split again, up to the top of the ridge and down the bottom of the ridge. So they do have some options in terms of rotations if this ends up being a pull out toward the eastern side of the map, for example. But those teams up towards the north are the ones that are, I would imagine, sitting pretty. Begapar and Ignis maybe just a little close for comfort, but Enfencia going down. It's going to cause a bit of a problem for Ignis. Darmin trying to get the better of Pio. Bit of a messy spray in the end there, and now Pio's starting to fight back. He's got the help of Songjung from distance, and Darmin is just going to have to duck down, pops a couple of smokes out here, and he's got that first aid kit going off now as well. I reckon he wants to get out of here, surely. No, he wants to keep taking that fight. Pio's on a bit of a roam himself, to be fair, so Ignis are in control of this little portion, this little quadrant of the map, and Pio really under pressure, wants to get out to safety.
Yeah, and safety's paramount. Yeah, I mentioned before, Begapar need a combination of a big kill game and a big placement game. You can't be losing Pio early. They kind of kept themselves alive coming into tonight, the last couple of games yesterday. So they've given themselves a very slim window, slim margin, but no room for error, right? Like, you have to play 6 really good games tonight. That's very, very difficult to do. Even a simple 0 point here and they're basically out. That's just the way the maths are going to work out for them. Yeah, less pressure on Ignis. Premier is going to be finished off by Rex, but it's not about Ignis in this fight, Jordan. It's about FN Esports, and the fact that if they can kind of look to clean up on these lower teams, and Venci is already knocked, will be finished off. I think Rex is about to find that kill. You can see in the minimap, there are, of course, Begapar watching over. Pio does end up getting knocked by Hal, and while you do need to be aggressive, in Begapar's case, they certainly do. Unfortunately, if you're losing players early, that's going to make life very difficult in the late game. Foxware with a knock on the wicket as well.
As a finished blow as well. AO going to pick that point up. And for FN Esports, that team that is trying to hold on to a top 3 spot, hearing these kinds of engagements between Ignis and Begapar is starting to draw their eye. To have Gen G pulling up pretty close here by Star Balloon as well. KXG getting into the mix, so San Martin is starting to get pretty busy. Ignis losing Darmin. Star Balloon losing Min. So it's a bad day to be Min, apparently.
Yeah. Good points, though, early for FN Esports, right? A little bit of aggression from them. There was a push out from Rex, able to collect that. They've got Zenith watching as cover, playing an Overwatch position far away from the rest of the team. So it's like a 3-1 split right now for FN Esports. They've come into this first game not just resting on their laurels, not just accepting a current position of 3rd. They want more early on, relieves the pressure later. But Type gets a knock and kill onto Zenith. Now that happened as T1 were rotating in through the blue, coming out of Monte Nuevo. Zenith playing on the rock. He's up top. He's easy to spot. So they've lost their backward point anchor. 3 up now for FN Esports, and the aggression, well, it has gone against them in this facet, losing a player despite getting some kills.
Yeah, it's going to be problematic trying to hold on to that back end of the zone. FN Esports, I can just see starting to make their rotate in. It's a fairly busy side of the zone, down toward the south there. Starlord finishing off PO in the meanwhile, so that is an extra point on the board for FN Esports. Roy from Phantom Hearts on the floor here, and you'd think he should be pretty safe to be picked back up, but if you mind game, catching up with Hammer, who was on the rotate to try to help him out, and that now is going to start to become a real problem for Phantom Hearts. If you mind game are happy with what they've got there, and they are just off to the races, trying to make their rotation happen together as a trio. Gen G up in the kill feed there for a little second. You could see some points going in their direction as well. So the top end is feasting early on tonight.
Yeah, and that makes it even more difficult now for those that are lower. Begapers, I'm going to say, are probably done now because they're getting nothing from this game, picked apart. And not only that, as Seong Zheng is the last one alive behind this vehicle, as you just mentioned it, it's the top end that are picking up the points. So that's worse for everyone inside of the lobby. Like, essentially, you're coming into tonight. If you're not close to that top 3, you need the top teams to have a bad night. And then for you to have a really good night as well. Center up for phase 4 keeps a large part of this western side of San Martin in. Ignis go out first. Ian will collect the point. And yeah, just doubling it down on kind of what you mentioned. But yeah, it's these top teams that are picking up all the early points here. Game 1 Miramar, and it does not bode well for the rest of the competition.
T1 under a bit of pressure though. Every possibility that they are not going to be having a big game here. You know, they are pushing in backs against the blue. They've got to make a bit of a corner run here between SGA. Asla also, by the way, are just underneath SGA. So if T1 head in this direction, they're going to go through multiple teams. Phantom Hearts are also moving. They are out in front of T1. They are kind of in a real sandwich. Multiple teams all around them. And you can see this is a great shot from the observers. Exactly the predicament that T1 have found themselves in. They've got to come off of this ridge. They've got to move their way forward. They will be benefited by the fact that FN have just been deleted. That must have been on a rotate somewhere. But
yeah,
that still keeps T1 in a bit of a sticky situation.
They rotated in towards the dead center, actually into the solo of Seong Zhang, but there were others there that were able to pick them apart. So, I mean, FN Esports came in with the game plan. They wanted to be aggressive, you know, spread around the map and had the back anchor. As soon as they lost that anchor, though, yeah, they were just down to 3 men that were in a very aggressive position, and it has completely backfired, and that opens the door for that top 3. And Glaz is going to be eliminated. SGA will get themselves their first kill this game. Asla out towards the blue. It's wonderful knockdown by Rascal. This could be a big fight as well. Esports from, they need a big night. They're a little bit more behind than even their current rival opponents in Divine, who are certainly very, very close to that top 3 and would be very happy to see FN Esports eliminated already to start here for game 1 tonight. And we'll get the revival to Wonderful, though, and no further pressure right now from Esports from, as Red Zone with the knock on to Roy. That's his second.
Yeah, I'll just quickly update you that T1 have now made their rotation, or are in the process of making their rotation. They saw the fight popping off between Asla and SGA, and they thought now's the time to go. And they've got 4 players into the zone. It's not center zone. It's not a fantastic position, but it is a position that they can work from, and they're going to be hoping for a northern pull, which is definitely possible in a zone like this one. So dropping a bit of deployable cover. They know there'll be teams around close by, but Superstars is not exactly the strongest of teams on paper. So T1 will be feeling confident in this engagement once they find out who it is on the other side. The only trouble is going to be SGA popping some shots in their direction. It means that T1 are now forced into this fight. They've got to either back down or go over. Either way, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Zephyros has got the knock onto Ian. Blackwalk, though, trading it back with a grenade. And this is the start of what will ultimately decide who controls this area of the map.
Yeah, good revive. Type gets over. He'll get the res onto Ian. Raining providing smoke. So good teamwork here by T1. Not getting too overzealous and pushing over the ridge. Using their nades. Peeking really nicely. Inspire trying to get across here and has 1 frag grenade. If this connects, it could be a double. Oh, he gets 1 onto Type. Ian able to just get the heal off. Had he not done so, it would have been a double knock. And that will be Type flushed out by Inspire, who still has Ricky D up. Getting the revive onto EJ. So 3 up still for Superstars. This is a far too close of fight for T1 against one of their lower competitor opponents in this lobby. Inspire, though, knocked by Heather. In fact, Ian then gets the trade. So Heather knocked at the moment as Zephyros trying to rain down some fire from a distance. In the air, T1 do get eliminated. Ricky D with the double, and T1, I think only 3 to 4 kills this game. They went for an early fight against a lower opposition team, and they come out second best.
Yeah, they didn't really have too many options, though. I think all things considered, that was actually not a bad move necessarily from T1. Difficulty was they were obviously receiving shots in the back, so they were trying to take a battle on 2 fronts, and it just became too much for them. But they were in a tough spot to begin with, so making that rotate and getting even just an extra point out of this game, I think is still a win as far as T1 are concerned. I'd say you're right. I think it was about 4 kills coming through from them, so still not a pointless game for a team that's sitting at the top of the standings, and they managed to scrounge something out of it. Eagle Owls, by the way, have just moved into the position that T1 moved out of or were removed from. So we might see another little pop-off on that northern side of the map in just a minute. Superstars constantly trying to deal with breaches. They've got SGA, who watched T1. That was the team that was shooting against T1. They were fighting Superstars. SGA watching it thought, hey, here's our opportunity. We know Superstars are down to 3. We're going to try and have a crack ourselves. They've now been deleted by Superstars, who are continuing to hold this breach.
Anyway, good start to the game for Superstars. At least they're just saying, well, we can't really qualify, but let's have a fun night. KX Gaming can still qualify if they have a really good night tonight. So they're looking to track down AO. AO with a frag grenade onto Gomp. Don't know if he's got any more, though. Lua with the sawed-off shotgun. I think AO's going to throw out another nade. Indeed he will. Gomp, though, has made his way back out. There's a flash. This is actually going horribly wrong right now for KX Gaming. AO is doing a fantastic job of just basically being a bit of a grub.
No, he's on
now the molly as well. I think he's going to get this kill onto Gomp. They can't get this revive.
Oh, man.
Maybe they can. Actually, got picked up and he got brought into the room. Now they can stick the res. An absolute mess here for KX Gaming, but they still haven't lost anyone for it. AO is being an ultimate pest. As Asla lose Red Zone and Daku, how to then follow Asla Pentagram out in 10th at the hands of Gen G, who are still 4 up south side of this phase 5 circle. As Hammer with a nade, he's only got the 1. Superstars have been very hot to start tonight. The nade will go well over the ridge as there's nothing but fire down below. Hammer will go down. Eagle Owls with another rough performance off the back of yesterday, and we're into the final 8 as EJ falls at the hands of Flame. Orca got a knock as well, and Gen G should find themselves now back in top spot after this performance.
Yeah, these teams got to stop trying to challenge Superstars. They're apparently just too good at holding the position. The only time they're losing players is when those cross shots are coming through. Gen G just absolutely miles away, peppering away at Superstars. Have brought them down to 1 player, but Superstars have defended against 3 or 4 teams in this game. They've picked up 11 kills as a result and managed to make their way into the top 7 now. It is just Ricky D that's trying to survive, but great game from Superstars. As you say, though, some very impactful points being picked up here by Gen G. They've locked in for day 3. Day 2, apparently, hopefully, was a bit of an anomaly for them, but 4 kills to start the day, and again, into the placement points is setting Gen G up for success. I'm not sure they will have quite leapfrogged T1 just yet, but there's a very real possibility that they will be doing that throughout the rest of this game.
They got work to do.
They do have Bean forward. They've got to cross. They've got to get into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, Bean, as you said, a very good frontman position, but the other 3 have got an absolute distance. The good news is, though, the compound of esports from Divine also around there, they can't look down. So really the main threat right now for Gen G to cross over is probably D plus Kia and KX Gaming. Those are the 2 teams, and with a bit of help from Divine, Gen G see the end of KX Gaming. Now, Papo, though, are very aggressive, so he can be the one to maybe get a couple of knocks here and sort of halt this momentum of Gen G. 2 kills for Divine. They've got a massive 2-2 split here, Jordan. 2 in the compound, 2 over towards the cliffs, trying to be a nuisance to these teams looking to make their way across. And that's exactly what Gen G have just done. 3 vehicles, 3 men rotate. They join up with Bean. Gen G play the west side, which only Ricky D is the one holding. Everyone else is in the compound. So this is a great game so far for Gen G.
Oh, look, honestly, the way Superstars have been holding this ridge all game, I want to believe that Ricky D can do it, but a 1v4 in a position like this feels a little bit too ambitious to ask. He's going to back his way up into the hut. I don't imagine this is going to be a fairly strong long-term position. You know, Gen G, if they continue to wrap through, are going to clear that pretty comfortably with some grenades. So I'd almost like to see Ricky D kind of continue to move on and see if he could find like another building to just sort of hide in. But
Gen G don't have the intel. They don't know it's just a solo.
Well, that's true.
Now they're going to get an idea now.
That may not be true because they were actually shooting at Superstars before, remember? So they may at least have a read.
Yeah, because Ricky D got the knock.
Yeah, he's doomed. I mean, that's unfortunate. Like, it is what it is. It's a great game, though, from Superstars. Like, they really held the line very, very nicely. But, I mean, you've got to go up against 4 players. There's only so much you can do.
And here comes another solo. So Gen G just get to clear out 2 solos, 2 kill points, now top 4, and firmly in the #1 spot now off the back of this game. And
who else is here, though?
Well, Divine, Esports from D+. Good to see these 3 teams in the top 4. Funnily enough, all 3 of these teams are not in the top 3 as things stands, but they're all close enough, Jordan. So you got actually, there's kind of like 4 to 8 teams. 3 of them are here. Yep. I know Gen G's looking very likely to soak up one of those qual spots, but these 3 have actually still got at least 2 spots to fight for. So this is a really big finish here for game 1.
Yeah, this is just about the worst case scenario for FN Esports at this point, right? They're
maybe T1 as well.
Well, true. But yeah, FN at the moment, the team they're holding on to 3rd place, got a couple of points out of this game, but it's essentially all of your direct competitors bar T1 picking up massive points out of game 1. Gen G becoming more and more unattainable. And for the rest of the teams, DN, D+, and EFM, they're catching up to FN. And Divine, a team that we talked about a bit during the start of the show. I think you were kind of leaning on the side of D+ to maybe make that run back into the top 3. I was going to mention Divine as sort of my wildcard pick, my pocket pick. I liked what I saw from them yesterday. I think they've been a very consistent force over these first couple of days. So to see them starting off today quite solidly, again, is a really, really good prospect. They don't exactly have the most solid position inside this zone, but they are definitely a little more comfortable than Gen G and D+ at the moment. They're kind of out on that northern side, so they probably don't get involved in a lot of this fighting until it does actually come down to, I would imagine, Divine versus another team. And whether that's Esports from being able to hold out Gen G and D+ coming up this hill, or if one of those 2 teams is able to overcome Esports from, we'll have to wait and see. But Divine actually kind of just sitting out on their perch, don't really have to do a whole lot. They're going to let the rest of this play out and try to play for a win.
I mean, D+ is the only team left alive that hasn't picked up a win so far this tournament. So Esports from, Gen G, Divine have all found wins. In fact, this is only the 3rd time that D+ have made top 4 over the course of now 13 games. So it's not a pretty track record, but can they make the most of it here? Unfortunately for them, Gen G are actually going for a south wrap. Now they've left one behind. Now Jangu, can he find a good angle? The flames, though, I think obscures the vision a little bit. He has 1 frag grenade. He's never easy to land, but I tell you what, that one might have been not too bad. But the peek over from Orca connects onto Soul. Catchy's up close. Now throwing out a couple of blue zone nades as well. Jump back flash from Orca. Good spin. It works. And that's the end of D+ Kia. It's another 4th place finish for them at least, but they didn't gain an overwhelming amount of points. Good news though for Esports from. Of the 4 teams that made top 4 here, they're in 9th. They've got only the 67 points, so they need far more points than both Divine and D+, and certainly more than Gen G. So they've got more to play for here. Down to only the 3 players, though, but with 4 up for Divine, this is a wonderful game for them to get into 3rd, because I think you kind of look at the point gap. They were only 8 points behind FN Esports. It's very likely at the end of this game, they might be occupying 3rd.
Well, Esports from sort of stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place. They've got some decisions to make here. You talk about the fact that they need more points out of this game than their counterparts. They've got less to do it with those 3 players. However, they do have a center zone position. It is Phase 8. We're going to go into Phase 9 in just a second. And as we know, Phase 9 is just going to shrink straight on the center. And that is smack bang where Esports from are. And you would think that that is going to be a good position to be in. And sometimes that would be the case, but maybe not when you're the meat in the sandwich. You're going to have to try to hold out both Gen G and Divine at the same time, unless for some reason Gen G decides to push their way around to the side here and take the fight onto Divine. Now, it's not exactly an easy cross for Gen G to try to make it to that fence against Esports from, but I think they could make it, and I think ultimately what they're going to end up doing here is probably crunching in on Esports from together, and that's going to be bad news, of course, for Esports from, because they are down a player, of course, and they're going to have to try to hold out 8 players at once. Not going to be easy here. Phase 9 popping, and it's time to get a wriggle on. Those smokes starting to get thrown out on both sides. Gen G have cleared out. Essentially, they've cleared out their western flank. They've cleared out their eastern flank. They're having a little bit of a look at the north now, but they are set up and prepared to make this run in at Esports from. And Divine are doing much the same thing on the northern side. They've cleared out the containers, and it's time to make their move. Zone pushing.
Well, Barpo's dead. Yeah, he got stuck. A bit of a poor position. Tried to flank a little bit and then couldn't really back himself out of that corner because of the blue. But it is Orca that collects the points. I was going to say for Esports from, maybe the best case scenario would have been the fact that no one kind of breaches the concrete buildings and everyone sort of hugs more the outside, and then Gen G, Divine somehow sort of fight around them. And the smokes go out just to kind of fill out the center point of these two buildings. And now Divine clearly themselves not in a great spot. Gen G, yeah, they got the extra number, but it doesn't guarantee them this win. I still think there's a decent chance that as Gen G push in, as Divine push in, Esports from could kind of get left alone here and then be able to third party. They've still got the building that cannot be denied. It's not easy to push into this. So Gen G and Divine may feel it'd be better to just try and corral Esports from, but then that will then force them into fighting each other. You can see no one is looking to actually push in, not just yet. And Nyong, you know, like if they try and push in down this little middle sector of the two buildings, Nyong's in a great spot to get one and maybe even 2 kills.
It really depends on what Gen G decide to do here. Divine have made their move. They've got a Panzerfaust as well to do it with, but they have made their move. They have made their intentions clear. That might actually be resible unless Flo decides to push out and try to punish it. But Gen G may make their move off of that knock. And, you know, you're expecting maybe a possibility that Gen G would fight Divine. Yeah, not going to happen. In fact, I think all of Divine might be dead to the blue here. They're just going to have to push their way around, and they're going to be well in the open. Rascal should have had that angle. Didn't. Dayon in the end actually finds him, and Hella will get traded back down, but Divine hanging on to just one player. Flo, bit of a messy spray, gets the job done. Divine are eliminated in third. Gen G have bided their time nicely, perfectly. They have a 4v2 a hand.
Yeah, and you got to go for the points here as well if you're Esports from. There's no point denying to Gen G. Flo just trying to sit inside of the smoke. Does spot him going up the stairs. Shoot, hello. Well, Gen G will get themselves a chicken dinner to start off the final night. It's a 14-kill win, 24 points for Gen G. Sees them go atop the standings. And arguably, Jordan, you said coming into tonight, one good game might be enough. And now we can kind of put that to the test already with 5 games to go. You could probably make the assumption they'll have, you know, anywhere from a 20 to 30 point gap over those outside the top 3. And it's not as if Gen G are incapable of then just getting a couple of points here or there. They only have to probably get 3-4 points a game, and they are certainly then locked in. So that's a really, really good game for Gen G. Relieves any kind of pressure, relieves any kind of thoughts of if we have another bad night like last night, we could be facing the chopping block. That just means they can now play a little bit more lax. They can chill a little bit tonight and just get, you know, the basics done.
Yeah. 14 kill win, 24 points out of that one for Gen G. Is going to pop them up to 126. And when we were doing our little formulas and whatnot, we were sort of saying around 140 might be a bit of a cutoff spot. So like you're saying, 2-3 points for the rest of the day. Each game is going to be enough for Gen G to make it through to EWC. That's a big win from them, big turnaround from yesterday. And we'll see if they can continue it as we do head into our second game. But first, it's time for us to take a short break.
to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Well, we really shouldn't be surprised, Jordan, to see Gen G bounce back after their performance yesterday overall, really through the first 5 games. Game 6, though, they were able to get some form, and then they've brought that into tonight. And with that, they'll take top spot. And I imagine with only 5 games remaining, it's going to be difficult to see them get knocked out of that number 1 position, or even, it doesn't really matter if they finish 2nd or 3rd, but even the number 1 spot might be difficult. Only T1 could realistically, I think, challenge for that. Big game from Superstar. Funnily enough, the only team that actually got double digits besides Gen G. They picked up 11 kills. Poor old Ricky D, though, the solo at the end, only got the extra 2 placement points, but, you know, 9 points for Esports from, that's pretty good considering, you know, the likes of FN, T1 didn't have big games. But even then, you know, like, you're picking up 9 points. T1 still got 5. FN still got 4. When you were like 20 plus points behind and you've only kind of closed the gap by five games to go. Is that feasibly enough? Probably not, unfortunately, for Esports From, and it's more of a highlight as to how far they were coming into tonight. Eagle Owls, a donut. Their form just has completely evaporated from night one onwards. I don't think by the end of tonight they're going to be a threat. They still have chances to turn it around, but it's running slim.
Yeah, certainly. I'm having a bit of a look at the updated overall leaderboard. Gen G still in the top spot, or have moved up into the top spot. T1 now in second. 126 points to 111 for those top two. FN Esports is holding on to third still, although the gap is starting to close. Yeah, they are at 95. Divine are on 90. So Divine with a fairly solid finish there in the top three. Jumping up a couple of places, giving themselves every opportunity to still make it through here. That does feel like it is going to be probably the big battle of the night, though. Divine versus FN, that 5-point gap between those two. There is a bit of a drop then towards the likes of Asler and D+, another 5 points basically on Divine. So they've got a little bit more to overcome. It's not impossible, certainly. But yeah, the way things are going, yeah, look, like, still got a pretty good battle for that third place spot. But realistically speaking, it already feels like Gen G have done enough to secure their spot. T1 are probably about a game away from doing that. So the way things are going right now, battle for third is going to be the big conversation point later on tonight, I'd say.
Yeah, unless T1, kind of capitulate a little bit over the next couple of games. I think for Gen G, they could even have a donut next game and they're still going to be fine for the majority of the night with so little games remaining that I'd be very surprised if Gen G don't find themselves in the top three in any capacity by the end of tonight. T1, probably, they don't need necessarily a big game, Jordan, but, just keep the points kind of flowing over. They picked up the 5 points last game in a game that they would have been a bit disappointed with. You're still picking up 5 points. If they did that throughout the entire night, that's enough points. Like if they just get 5 points every game from here, that's probably enough for T1 to at least secure top three, and that's really all that you actually need. But yeah, for like FN, Divine, for example, D+, Kia, those teams would very much love to have a big game to close out Miramar here as we head into the second game very shortly. But unfortunately for Esports From, you had a chance that game, you make it deep, you get late. They just couldn't get enough kill points, and overall just didn't end up getting enough points overall. Only 9. You need to be pushing for like 15 plus in a game like that if you're going to climb the table as much as you need to with so little games remaining.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I mean, Miramar has actually been, I would say, the better of the two maps for Gen G, so it is kind of nice to see them getting that ball rolling here. They picked up a win on day 1 on Miramar. They've now picked one up on day 3 as well, so fairly decent track record on that one. Bearing in mind, again, T1 are typically pretty solid on a wrangle. They were able to run it back twice on that map, so potentially see them with a little bit of a late series burst here, I suppose, when we do get into a wrangle at the end of the day today. But those are not the two big name teams that we need to be talking about. They are the two big name teams, I suppose, but they're not the ones that we need to be talking about going into this next game. Let's focus in on, once we do jump into this next Miramar, FN Esports, Divine, Asla Pentagram, and D+ Kia. I agree with your assessment that Eagle Owls have just dropped off the pace a little bit too much, that while they're still in the conversation in terms of their positioning on the points overall, the overall table, you could still make a mathematical argument. Yeah, they can do it. I just haven't really seen enough to make me convinced that Eagle Owls are the team that are going to be able to make some big games happen from bad positions. I think they're going to need to get some real circle luck to be able to make this run happen. So I'm almost ready to say they're not really in the running for a top 3 spot anymore. I think this is now starting to become a bit of a 6-horse race all the way down to D+ Kia. And even for D+ Kia, they're going to need to kind of like find themselves a win somewhere, because they've been consistently decent in terms of their placements, but they haven't been able to find those big games that kind of put it over the line.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've been saying it really all tournament long for D+ Kia that the only thing that's been really missing for them, and tonight would be the best night to bring it out, is that massive pop-off game where you get like a 10-kill win. I think they're capable. I think what we've seen in terms of their fragging power suggests that maybe they need a little bit of fortune and a little bit of luck in terms of circle, which, over the course of an 18-game tournament, teams are going to naturally get lucky here or there, and I don't think they've really had that so far. 5 games to go, maybe that might still happen, but if it doesn't, their current pace might not actually be enough. That's the thing. I think with D+, it would be fair to say that on their current pacing, they might just be short and might just be missing out if they don't go and have a game that they're certainly capable of having, where it all just gets put together and they get a mass amount of points to kind of skyrocket them up into third, and then you can go back to sort of maintaining your point per game average. That might then keep you in. But I'm very much liking what I'm seeing from Divine, F, and Pocheon. Even in that last game, I liked the way that they approached the game. They brought aggression. They weren't scared. They went for a 3-1 split. Yeah, they got a little bit unlucky that T1 were actually still rotating deep blue very late, and it caught them off and they lost their anchor. But at least they're trying to do something while still being in third. They're actually proactive. They're not just trying to hold on to third. They were trying to widen the gap early. So, you know, when we started the last game, I was saying, like, there's teams that are going to be thinking about strategy, and clearly on the onset for FM Esports, it was like, we're not just going to come in tonight and try and hold on. We're going to try and skyrocket up and really go for even first or second. Gen G now, they get to kind of just sit. They're the opposite. They get to just kind of play very much passively if they want. They don't have to overextend. They don't have to do anything aggressive. They can just play a normal game. That from here onwards, 3 to 4 points a game, you're going to EWC. So they don't have to do much now.
Yep. Look, I don't think that they were the kind of team that was really going to do too much overextending to begin with, right? We've very much been highlighting their play style throughout the last couple of days, being quite a safe style, you know, center circle, try to get set up wherever you can with a nice sort of 2-2 split, or even in some cases, if you're really feeling quite strong and you're one of the first movers, you can go for a 2-1-1 split, take that space. But they're not the team that you're going to find on the edge of the map, really taking fights a lot of the time. Obviously, it did play out in that way last game, where they did kind of have to make their moves, but in an ideal world, Gen G are going to be one of the first teams toward the center, and they're going to be just sort of sitting down in a compound or set up in a 2-2 split and waiting for the game to come to them. May not be the case for them again here, as we've had that zone shift that has gone out toward the northeast, so this is something a little bit different to what we've been seeing over the last couple of days. Just to finish things off on Miramar, our final game here is going to change things up, and we'll hopefully be heading a little further north this time around. Maybe try to go up toward La Cobb. That would be fun. But a lot of teams down on the southern side of the map still kind of making their looting habits known. No real major rotations happening this early on in the piece. T1, a team that's sitting in Chumasera, so they'll probably get on the move reasonably shortly. Won't be waiting too long to make their way into the zone. You already kind of got Type from T1 starting to sort of move northward. He's making a bit of an earlier scouting run to see what's happening around the place, and the rest of the lads will join shortly. Phantom Hearts here in the center of the zone have their pick of the litter, getting to decide which compounds they want to take, which ones they think are going to be most likely to cop the feed for the rest of this game. But yeah, they are about as close to the center of the zone as you could possibly be.
We saw Bagapar in a decent spot last game, zone 1. It didn't really do much for them. It's always kind of the tail of the tape. You want a good spot, circle 1, more so to be able to rotate out of, and it's not necessarily going to be your long-term stay unless you get a little bit lucky. Superstars were actually pretty good in the last game, but they're leaving it a little too late. It's always like that in these tournaments, Jordan. Sometimes there's in the final night, one of the teams at the bottom just has a good night. And you're like, well, where's that been? You know, you couldn't do that over the first 2 nights. Maybe you could have been a contender, but I mean, to be fair, it's only one game. We'll see if they can have an overall good night. And goes back to that conversation we were having in the previous game. Like, you want to end the tournament well, even if you're not really going to be able to gain a qualifying spot from it. There's a lot more PUBG throughout the year. Esports from only the 9 points, despite getting themselves a top 2 finish. They just couldn't get the kills. It is a case when it comes to playing, from a concrete building. You can't really peek out. You can't get kills. It's an elevated position. You can't get the kills onto the players that are running out in the open, crossing road late. Those kind of things just aren't going to be possible when you're kind of sitting that compound. The benefit is you do finish second. You do get yourself a decent amount of placement points, but you're just not getting the kill points to go with it. E-pick up for Hayne from SGA. He's just a solid E-pick up, but those are good. You can get some information for his team over towards El Pozo. Coming in very late this game will be Ignis over towards Porto Paraíso, as Kim Jun going to be knocked down by Hammer. And this is where we also get to the point in the tournament where two teams like Phantom Hearts and If You Mind Game fighting out doesn't really do too much for the leaderboard, outside of, though, taking, potential points away from those top teams. Less of the lower teams to kind of feed on because of a fight like this.
Yeah, you do typically see it get a little bit scrappier. Not normally this early in the day, but, usually game 3, 4, 5, more like 4, 5, and 6, you see the lower teams starting to get into a bit of a scrap early on in the game, and they just kind of run with it. I mean, this is a wild fight, isn't it? Like, it's just all over the place. If You Mind Game, where we finished off in 16th place there, they are in 16th place right now on the standings overall. I mean, I don't think it's super relevant necessarily to the outcome of the overall qualifier, but yeah, you're going to expect to see a few more, interesting back and forths, particularly when we get into maybe a wrangle later on today. There's going to be teams that are just going to be sending it to each other. The ones that can't actually do anything feasibly on the scoreboard. Eagle Owls were kind of hoping that they were going to be able to get something in there, and that would have definitely been relevant at that point if Breakers could have nabbed a point or two, but unable to land anything. And so he's just going to back off back to where his team have set themselves up.
The eastern side wrap for D+ is not going to bode well for them. It's probably the more heavily congested side of the current circle, so even if it does pull to their direction, it's not like they're either in a good position or in a pretty vacant area. But to be fair, I think for D+ Kia, they need a game of both halves. They need good kills, they need good placement, so you can't get the kills if the people aren't there. A little scout here from Kachi. They're going to continue to go up, try and follow him from behind Divide and KX Gaming. Barpo here in the warehouse, he's just going to hear them drive by. KX Gaming not looking to go for a pit stop over a water treatment. They will just keep going, rendezvous up towards the north side of the circle. And Ignis now will be the last team to not find a current position inside of phase 1, albeit they are en route, coming in very, very late. Everyone else is pretty much set up and situated, waiting for that phase 2 circle pop. And especially now with one team out of the server, even more space to be available for these teams. KX Gaming's route continues on, making their way up this hill. Now there is FN Esports here. They've just got into their vehicle, sensing that there's going to be quite a few bodies coming in their direction. They're not fully grouped up. They went for a split early on. So they got a 2-2 split on the western side of water treatment. And because of the convoy that has arrived, they've said, well, you've got 4 players, we've got 2. We're going to give this one up, and it's a smart play. You're in a top 3 position. You cannot be looking to defend that with just 2 players.
Here's Baker Park. Not up to a whole lot at the moment. Do have a pretty wild split, though, if you're Baker Park. Worth mentioning, Songjung just out to the sort of north, maybe near Crater Fields, PO south of that on another elevated position. You can see here on the minimap, yeah, it's like the Bermuda Triangle, the Bago Park Triangle, I'm going to call it here. Songjung, PO, and then you've got the duo set up in what will ultimately, I imagine, be the location that Bago Park probably want to collapse on if they get a favorable zone shift. But Songjung and Pio just out here doing a bit of scouting, bit of information gathering from their high ground positions. So it's not actually a bad setup here for Bago Park, as long as Songjung and Pio are careful not to get knocked, and you can imagine that they'll be able to call whether or not there's going to be a crash coming in onto that compound early. It's a favorable enough pool for Bago Park, so we'll see what their moves are going to end up being. But jump back over to Star Balloon for a second, who did call an E-pickup, but haven't actually had to use it because they're inside the zone already. Looks like Babao has taken that E-pickup, so just going to be using it to scout some information. Everybody trying to find out where is safe and where is dangerous and what's going on around the map at the moment. There's a high priority being put on information gathering early on in this game of Miramar. 10 minutes 40, but sooner or later, It's going to have to come down to combat, and you can start to hear that is coming into effect now. Ian copping a bunch of bullets as he tries to go rotating around the map. And Tosi getting a knock onto Gunwon. So it is starting to kick off now in game number 2.
Well, can T1 make it through this? Now, they don't need another kind of average game. They want to get the points stacked up in a similar fashion to Gen G, get themselves a healthy gap. No one gets knocked on the rotate through multiple teams. D Plus, Phantom Hearts, both on either side of them. This is quite fortunate of a rotate. It's very normal to see someone spin out, get headshot, get knocked out. Heather hasn't really made it all the way just yet, and even towards their direction. Now Esports From get an opportunity. I mean, this is an absolute god rotate for T1. If all 4 players make it through, that is an absolute blessing. They really should have maybe lost 1 or 2 on that rotate. Super aggressive rotate. That is staggering. If they were to do that rotate all over again, 100% they lose 1 or 2. They have been very fortunate that they've been able to get everyone to safety.
Yeah, it's relative safety, though, because they are, of course, in the center of the zone, but there's not a huge amount of cover there for them. They've got that hut to play with. Solution maybe a little bit disappointed not to have picked one up just to get those early kill points on the board. But yeah, here's the setup for T1. Cars are probably going to be a little bit worse for where, you know, there's no way to really hide them, so tires are going to be getting popped, and ultimately this might just end up having to really be a bit of a car fought from T1 for the rest of the game. Like I said, they've got that hut to play with, but you can't have 4 players in that hut. I mean, that's just trolling at that point. So they are going to have to play around those vehicles a little bit. They luckily do have the bowl to work with, but there is a mortar flying through the air. Soul having a little bit of a look at that one. It's not going in the direction of T1, is it? I don't think so. Oh, that's a nice knock from Solution up on that high ground. Does get the better of Heather, so he is still a factor. And Star Balloon are the ones that are firing those mortars. Ignis perhaps on the receiving end here. Not quite landing them. A bit too far. Good effort, good crack.
Yeah, I think it's just the hope and pray and see if you can get a little bit lucky. And if you knock one, then you're probably then following up with the second mortar and getting the kill. And speaking of kills, 1 for Esports From. Still very much need big games from here if they're going to have any hope, and that goes for a multitude of teams. They're not the only ones that are really in that category, as we're waiting for the phase 3 pop, but it makes its way in now. And it seems as if, I think it's gone towards the south for this pull, ever so slightly, a little bit to the west. And there is the mortars, this time from Bagapar, and it is a knock onto Diamond, so they're copping it from all angles. Bagapar and Star Balloon sending some mortars in their direction. Divine just going to be rotating through La Cobria on the north side. FN Esports just below them as well. Dust Storm at the moment on the south end of this circle means that you can't really see a whole lot as it's happening, but the nade from AO will finish off Agnes, and poor old Ignis have just really been copping it over the last couple of minutes.
Pio is starting to cop it now as well, but far enough away from those shots that he should be relatively safe. Asla Pentagram hard toward the southern side of the zone, just looking for their avenues in further at this stage. No one else behind them to really worry about. Ducku's got that cleared out, and Fencia will gift a point over to Orca. He's run into the tree, and as if Gen G needed another helping hand, they're going to get another point out of today. So as we mentioned, about 2, 3, 4 points, maybe a game from here on out is going to be enough for Gen G. So there's, let's say, 1 out of 3 for this game. 2 out of 3 now, as Ignis are finished off by Tosi. Primi down, and Ignis eliminated early on once again. Their run, unfortunately, has not been a clean one here in the career qualifier for EWC.
And just more breathing space for Gen G. They know they don't need much more in this tournament. 4 games to go after this. They're going to have a healthy gap, comfortably in first. If you're just picking up a couple kills here or there, and they can be, you know, the kind of team now that can, if they want, just be aggressive for the sake of it. They can kind of do it in an inverse fashion rather than being aggressive to, try and get points to catch up or to, hold a lead. It's more just so we can just kind of go for broke. We only need a couple of kills. If we lose a team fight but we get 3 kills, that's honestly probably more than enough. I imagine, though, they'll keep their disciplined nature. And sometimes when you're, knowing you're going to qualify, you really you kind of want to keep playing in your similar game style because you got a big land to look forward to, and you want to make sure that you're preparing for that in the best possible fashion rather than kind of treating the last couple of games as, a bit of a for fun kind of moment. You just got to lock down your fundamentals, keep playing as if, you're not qualified, that you're not locked in, and don't really change anything. And it's going 1. Not going to be able to find a knock. Had a good opportunity there. 2 kills for Star Balloon this game. Hammer knocked down by Roy. Eagle Owls just keep finding themselves on the wrong side of that kill feed. Shot from Babao. Does land 1 onto Beam, but he makes his way through safely. As Gen G's rotate, so far, so good. Hush, though, and Voxfer were able to combine onto Roy. So at least, yeah, they lost the player to a knock, but he hasn't been eliminated. And they do get a kill back the other way. And that is, though, the end of Eagle Owls. There's Roy and Stella doing the rest of the work. 7 kills for Phantom Hearts. And Eagle Owls, after a great start this tournament back on night 1, have just never found that mojo once again.
Yeah, indeed. And in all that, meanwhile, the circle shift has come through. It has moved away from Crater Fields, unsurprisingly, back down toward the south. Vegapar in a great position, but trying to hold off this push from Asla Pentagram that is now coming in. They've actually lost Park Pro early on in the piece. Grenade going back and forth. And in the end, they're going to be happy to just concede that territory, give half of the setup over. T1 eating some grenades, and like I said, unfortunately, this is not really going to be a great long-term position. They are indeed going to be out. KXG are going to finish them off. So T1 gone. Not too many points out of this game for them. I mean, KXG, to be fair, haven't found themselves in much better of a position, but down to 2 is better than down to 0, which is unfortunately now where they find themselves.
Yeah, one point for T1. We'll see them go to 112, and it's an opportunity now for Divide and FN to keep closing the gap. Not just them as well, but even Pentagram D+. So here's your game. This is it. T1 are catchable. Gen G, probably not. But with them only getting the 1 point, this is now where you can, if you go and have a 10 to 15 point game, that gap is just evaporated with 4 games to go. And it means for T1, right now they're praying that those teams do not punish them, that they can keep, this kind of current 15 to 20 point gap on the teams below them. Now, Asla is one of those teams. 86 points as things stands. That cannot be going out to a team like Vegapar, who, let's be honest, at this point, do not have the chance of making top 3. Red zone with the blue zone on him. And he has actually got multiple blue zones on him, and he will lose his life. So you're down 1 now already. Esports from Divine. Divine cannot be choking this kind of game. Another opportunity, considering that T1 only picked up the single point and losing this battle. Star Balloon with Min getting involved as well. So there's a couple down now for Divine. As a losing 1. This is what T1 need, though. T1 need these teams that are directly below them to not capitalize, and that's happening.
I'll tell you one team that we haven't touched on too much. T plus Kia sitting pretty for the moment. You can see them there actually on the mini-map. They've got 4 strong in a fairly central compound. So you talk about the teams that maybe do have to drop down a little bit here as far as T1 is concerned. They are one of them, and it's not happening. At least in that particular instance. Divine certainly struggling a little bit. Star Balloon the same at the hands of Gen G this time around. It looks to be a resible knock. Min was the anchor, though, so it's going to cost quite a bit of time here for Star Balloon to go back up into the compound, get that revive. And with the zone shift coming through now, it's going to eat into their rotation time. Gen G, though, over the top of the hill. We're not expecting Superstar, just proning right there. Tosi will hit the floor. And Gen G fighting a battle on 2 fronts. This is the time for Star Balloon to start thinking about trying to make a little bit of a push in the backside here as well. Pick up Orca as they know that there's going to be some distractions happening. SGA finishing off Bean. Gen G down to 2, but again, getting those points that they need out of this game. 4 kills in it. If they could get 1 more, if they could get a placement point, we'll call it a very good game actually for Gen G given their circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Glads with a big knock, but stolen by Seong Jane. I mean, it feels like for Asla, everything's going wrong for them this game, and a prime opportunity to get points. Just not finding the capabilities to do that. 7 kills for Phantom Hearts is nice, but not close to the top 8 just yet. And too far below in terms of the overall leaderboard to be able to do anything with these kills, with these points. SGA, similar. FN Esports need to really clean out Zephyros and Hain, especially from this more northern ground position. They should be able to look down this hill and get themselves these last 2 kills. Maybe pushing over won't be viable. Zephyros is ducking and weaving as much as he possibly can. But Egapart with the pot shots, and in the end, it's Akan to land the knock, and they will get the flush, and he will lose his life. And SGA go down to 1. Big Dave from Hella onto Rascal. This is a big fight that has been now dragged on between Divine and Esports from, and Jordan. Divine have done a tremendous job to get their reses to stay in a good position to fight back, and they need this more than Esports from. I think EFM are just going to be too far away realistically to do anything with these points, but Divine, these points matter a lot more. With T1 only getting the single point, this is a game you've got to capitalize on, and they are winning this fight against Esports from.
Well, this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Divine. They are getting stuck in some sticky situations and finding their way out of them. I mean, we saw them in an absolutely shambolic position earlier on, but they've actually managed to get pretty much everybody back on their feet. Dayon will be finished off here by Orc, some cross shots coming through there. And now, yeah, it seems I've cursed them because multiple teams just all looking in their direction as Divine start to push forward. They are getting absolutely hammered. If you guys could see the mini-map stream, which I know you can't, unfortunately. Sorry about that, but I can see it. They are getting absolutely booked from all angles. That was very rough to watch as someone who's just said something positive about Divine, unfortunately, but Barpo's still alive, so Divine do actually manage to end up winning that fight, quote-unquote win that fight against EFM, in that they at least outlast them, and they have managed to now make it into the top 8 for at least a placement point, as Hain of SGA is going to go down. I mean, that's the best case scenario here at this point for Divine. They were always going to have a bit of a rougher run coming off of that hill. So getting as many points as they possibly can out of this game is still going to be what would be considered a win. D plus Kia, though, hot on their heels, are a team that can really maximize this game. Have already picked up a few points, did some even onto Divine, and now have a chance to close this game out as that zone shift is, again, going to be favorable enough for D plus Kia.
This has to be their game. I mean, you've got to now have even a win. Compound up north is good. You've got teams that are going to have to converge around that location. Admittedly, I will say Star Balloon, I like their spot as well. They've still got a lot in this current Phase 6 circle out towards the east. They don't have a compound, might not need it. And certainly by no means is this like a guaranteed win or anything for D+, but this is what you've got to kind of make with what you've got. And Flame knows that Barpo is behind the Doritos. 7 kills for Gen G. They just keep ticking along. And with no pressure from T1 this game, they actually extend their gap against T1. And FN Esports making their way down. The Lynx AMR for PO not quite landing. Wicked. And this is where D+, you got to get the points here. Once PO, that will get 2 of them. Doesn't even get the point onto Rex despite the knock for D+. They get nothing from that. FN Esports, though, not quite the game that they would have wanted to have. This has actually worked out really well for T1. You have essentially a donut game, a single point. But the teams directly below you don't really punish you. They don't go and have a big game. If anything, if you're T1 right now, you say, Gen G, soak up all the points. We don't care. We're not going to catch you, and we don't care about first. Second is more than good enough. And so this has worked out really, really well for T1 to have an off game, but then everyone else also having an off game, not closing the gap, except still maybe D+.
Yep. As the Pentagram, also 3 strong for the end game here, so maybe just worth some consideration. Gun 1 from Star Balloon would definitely love to clear out Gen G. Honestly, Star Balloon actually don't have a terrible spot in this next zone, but they are a little bit harassed by Gen G's position here. Gen G are going to have to move, and Star Balloon are aware of that. Zone shifting as we speak. And so AO and Gunwon have been tasked with watching this push in from Gen G, trying to harass them on their way. Nade's going up and over the top. Flame trying to keep his head down as much as possible. Divine do end up losing out. That was Orca to finish that kill off. So Divine out in 7th, but very quickly Gen G going to meet their makers as well, down in 6th. The Phantom Hearts trying to make the push in onto D plus Kia. They didn't really have any other options, and they recognized the time to do it was when Gen.G were preoccupied. So it's a good choice in that sense, but realistically speaking, it was never going to work out. D plus Kia had way too strong of a control over this set of buildings, this compound, and it's still 4 strong. They've picked up 4 points, 5 points even out of this game so far, plus the placements, whatever they're going to end up getting. This is looking like it could be a good one for D plus Kia, but zone shifts away from them, and that is going to make the job a little more painful.
Yeah, maybe. They could... their best hope now is to wrap into Star Balloon, beat them, and hold the little cliff. And if they do that, they could win the game, and they'll get the kill points too. So this is where you got to go for broke if you're D plus Gear. This is your opportunity. You cannot shy away from it. You cannot think, oh, negatively, we're not in anymore. That doesn't matter. You need to push out, get kills anyway. You still need to gain points on other teams. Yeah, there's 4 games to go after this, and you've already got, you know, another top 4, which is good to see. This is back-to-back top 4 performances for D plus. They've struggled for placement points in this tournament so far, but now you can get a good combination of kill points and placement points in one game while T1 gets a single point. This is the dream match for D plus to get themselves back towards the top 3. As Azla as well, this is a good game for them. Although they've only got the 3 players up, they're pushing into the compound of Begapar. Catchy knock by Gunwan though. This is where D plus though, it's not easy. It doesn't get given to you. It's still a good opportunity, but it's not a given. You've got to win your fight.
Yeah, you got to say the same about Begapar, to be honest. They had a 4v3 here. They were holding the position, and Azla have just pushed in on them and done so much damage. Azla do eventually get eliminated, but Begapar lose the game-winning compound, frankly. They had 4 players up. If they could have maintained 4 players up, they might have won this game, but it's looking unlikely now. D plus Kia are swarming their way through the hillside, looking for Star Balloon. They've found Gunwan. They brought it into a 4v3v2. And this could well be D plus Kia's game to lose. We mentioned that they have been good and consistent, but they haven't had that big game. Well, this is the big game. At least that's what D plus is hoping.
And they're hoping maybe Begapar come in and actually pinch Star Balloon here. Even if it maybe costs them a couple of kill points at this point, they're not in a great position themselves. And it might help them then actually get the win. AO just holding this right side angle. 10 seconds till phase 8. D plus have to keep kind of pushing up a little bit. They're right on this edge. AO even ducks in towards the blue for a little bit to see if he can catch them. Little tap from Min. Forces Sol to go down. To Begapar go for a move. AO watching a little bit towards the back, expecting maybe some pressure. Only the 3 up for Star Balloon, but it's only the duo for Begapar, which is why I think they're hesitant to go for something here. If they had the full team up, I think they would have actually pushed on this. Min now starting to scout behind. They know there's still another team. They know where they will be coming from, which is behind. And there it is. Big knock from Seongjang, and D plus need to go on this. Now suddenly there's only 2 directly in front of you. You got the 4 players up. This is where you got to be aggressive. Go for the win and get the kills and the points necessary to close that gap to the top 3. There goes Jangu with a knock and finish on the Bapao. Catching this one directly below you, and that is the last one alive for Star Balloon.
Perhaps not for long. AO's going to try and keep his head down as much as possible, see if he can wait it out. But given his position inside the zone, you'd imagine that Begapar will be taking the second here. Park Pro's actually pushed quite far up the hill. He's looking to sense an opportunity. Maybe if AO can get a knock onto D plus Kia, there is still an angle in onto this for Begapar, and there's that knock. AO one already onto Sol, a big player to take down. On that high ground, it's going to be a tough one to res. Yeah, maybe impossible.
Oh, you grab him. Yeah, no, pick him up. Really smart from Catchy. So valuing the life rather than just trying to get the trade, because if you go for the trade, you're not getting the res. Catchy then brings him to this tiny little bowl, but straight into a nade. That's not ideal. Surely D plus don't throw this. If Park Pro gets a knock here on the wicket, D plus could actually lose this game.
Songjung in trouble. Does get behind the safety of the smoke for now. Just gonna pop that first aid kit. In the meanwhile, Star Balloon do get finished off, but there's another knock onto Jangu. Songjung brought back though, and there will be no mistake from D plus Kia. They get themselves that win that they've been looking for, and it's a good one. And all of a sudden, they rejoin that conversation in earnest.
Yeah, they go to 105 points off of that, Jordan, which now puts them 7 points behind T1. That is a huge shrinking of that gap because of the result of T1 and the result that T Plus got. It's not a monster game in the sense of, you know, a 15 kill performance, but you're only 5 points off that anyway. It's still the best game we've seen from D Plus. They finally get a win. They finally combine a high-end finish with kills. The first time all tournament they've done that. I've been riding them really all tournament, expecting. And while they've shown improvement really throughout and kind of getting better and better, that was the game they needed. They go and get it. I think that might even put them in third, or at least if it's not, it's very, very close. And more than anything, they're now only single digits behind T1. So you're not just fighting for one spot, but now you've got 2 spots that are actually gettable.
Yeah, most definitely. Hey, I mean, it's starting to heat up, so let's not beat around the bush. Let's jump into our next matchup shortly. First, though, time for a short break. We'll be back again with some Tego.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how you're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. La di da di da da da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under.
So we have closed out Miramar for the career qualifiers off the back of that win for D Plus here. It sees them skyrocket up likely into the top 3, and certainly now on the heels of T1 after they only put in a 1-point performance. Jordan, it was finally the game that we'd been anticipating, that I'd been anticipating for D Plus, where they can go and get both a good kill heavy game plus either high placement points, in this case the win itself. Big points across the board here, actually a stark difference compared to the previous match, with only 2 teams getting double digits. Vegapunk, Starballoon, Phantom Hearts, and Gen G all picking up double digits. For Gen G, 4 games to go. You may as well, start looking at tickets. I can't see them dropping out of the top 3. Now, 8 points for Asla Pentagram. That's a small gap closer to T1 Esports from probably not getting enough this game. And I think the big story, Jordan, is not necessarily just T1 getting the 1 point, but Divine and FN Esports not punishing that game. Only 3 points each for those 2.
Yeah, I don't know that it necessarily shifts the needle all that much, though, in terms of the conversation that we were having, because at one point I said it kind of feels like it's a 6-team race at this point in time, and I'd say it probably still feels like a 6-team race. Divine currently are the team that are sitting in 6th. D Plus have actually moved up into 3rd with that game. They are now on to 105 points, so the gap between them and 4th is 7 points, which, that's a reasonable number, potentially, a number that if you go into the final game with a 7-point lead, that is enough, even if you don't get any points. However, it's not enough to feel safe when you've got a few teams that are in pretty close proximity. But I think, again, Divine up is where I'm feeling like this is going to be possible. Again, if you want to get these standings yourselves, PUBGesports.com has got the standings. If you click on tournament, you can go and find the career qualifiers for EWC, and then obviously, you know, negotiate to that leaderboard yourself. But you can see those standings there. Star Balloon onwards don't really feel like they've shown enough consistency and ability and capability of tussling in that same gap or position, I suppose, as the teams that are inside the top 6. So current chase is FN, Asla Pentagram, and Divine. Current qualifiers, Genji, T1, and D+. Obviously, in this situation, again, doesn't really feel like Genji or T1 are going to be getting knocked out just because of the point lead that they've built, particularly in the case of Genji. But D+ are still fighting for their position. They're still scrapping for it as we jump into Tego, which will be, after this game, the halfway point of the day done. And then we are into the downhill stretch with only 3 games remaining here in the EWC Korea Qualifier. And again, a fairly happy playing path for the most part. Those teams towards Boksansar and Ohyang may have to stretch out a little bit, but we've got a lot of teams that will be happily able to get to their drop locations without too much effort. So it's a pretty solid playing path to start things off here for game number 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't say for T1 by any means that they're, you know, going to be really all that safe. If they have another, you know, like they had a 1-point game. It shows that you can have those games. And I think T1's best has been second best this tournament. Like if you were to think about points aside, who's been the best teams, Genji 1, T1 2, and then the third spot, you could probably name a couple of teams, to be honest. So, and I think that's the way the leaderboard is tracking by and large, as we get a very northern circle. That's a fun one, but it does happen quite a lot. I think this is actually one of the more common circles on Tego, where you kind of go to the hills north of Yongcheon. It doesn't always go towards like army base, for example. It'll kind of stick around the hilly terrain. It's a great circle for T1 though, because you get loot and then you get prior position. So they'll be very happy off the back of their 1-point performance that they see this kind of circle. Whereas in contrast, yesterday we had a bit more of a southern circle, mainland, pickups, you know, those kind of shenanigans. But yeah, they're certainly capable of having these poor performances, which means, you know, if you're on 112 points, if you stay around that 112 to 120 by the end of tonight, you're probably not top 3. Largely dependent on how the other teams perform. But we've already seen so far tonight, D+, good game. Divine have been around the mark tonight, even as the Pentagram keep kind of poking around and being there, and then FN Esports. So there's still enough teams, like you've been saying, that sort of top 6 battle for the 3 spots. Let's be honest, 2 spots now. And you probably just take Genji out of it. So you've kind of got 5 teams fighting for 2 spots, and T1, D+ right now kind of holding the leverage. It just means, though, for T1, you can't just limp home. I mean, there's a world in which they might just kind of limp over the finish line, but you don't want to be relying on that. So for T1, this is a great example of a game where you've got to get points and rectify that Miramar performance where you only picked up 1 point. You've got a circle pop here. You're going to get good loot. This has got to be their game to somewhat solidify, going into the last 3, their position as best as they can, so that they then can coast home a little bit.
Yeah, very much should be. You sort of mentioned that they're going to be one of the priority rotators. They are already on the move. Eagle Owls are going to be backfilling in behind T1 into the positions that they have left. I think it's a similar conversation as well for Genji, and that, you know, they get those priority rotates. They take a little bit of time to loot up, and they've already sent Tosi forward. So this is every opportunity to see both T1 and Genji have a good game here and pretty much just make it a one horse race, really, a one team game at that point. You know, where we're fighting for 4 teams, maybe 1 slot, that 3rd slot. If Genji and T1 lock it in here, then it could be all just down to that 1 qualification slot conversation for the rest of the day. Park Pro here from Begopar is going to be a bit of a pre-rotate with that pickup. The rest of the guys bringing across the vehicles. But Park Pro knows that he'll probably be one of the faster rotates into this zone. Again, they are the team that drops at Hey Musa. And so they were out pretty quickly and get themselves a center position again. But Begopar, I don't feel, have really been super great at continuing their run. If they get a good position, it doesn't necessarily translate into a big game. Even the last match we saw, they kind of lost a couple of players to Asla Pentagram. Might have been in a position to actually win that game had that not been the case. but it made it all the more easier for D plus Kia to finish it off. And speaking of D plus Kia, they are setting themselves up at one of the bridges. Haven't actually crossed over yet. Gen G, of course, quite spread out to start things off, trying to take as much space as they possibly can. Here comes a bit of a bridge camp. KXG already and waiting for SGA.
Well, Lua's going to play the front contact headshot, but no knockdown. Untop, though, was able to follow up, and he gets 2. It's a good start to this game for KXG, and they're going to get the full squad wipe, and it is a bridge camp that is perfect. They get the 3 kills. There was a run over, which was a team, well, self-kill for Zephyros. And
He ran himself over.
Yeah, they miss out on the 4, but it is still very much a squad elimination for KXG. Yeah, unfortunately for them, too far behind now to make anything really of that. But you know, you want to finish the tournament off well. That's a good way to do it. T1, by the way, is still in Yongcheon, so they haven't actually pushed out towards the mountains. Gen G have actually gone and done that. They'll be fighting Begapa, I think, real soon if they want to really take that spacing. Teams that are going to be coming in, you know, very, very late. Asla are on the move already. Over towards Prison, Star Balloon, Phantom Hearts, and FN Esports, another one that's going to be coming in quite late to this kind of circle. Because the mainland's still in, you don't have to rush, but it just means you're not going to get some of the prio positions. Esports from on the move. They'll come in on the western side bridge. PO knocked and finished by Flame. 2 kills for Gen G. They can just continue to soak up the points, which is very much beneficial, probably for those that are already in the top 3. You want, you know, Gen G to just kind of keep getting points now. They're just too far ahead.
Well, here again is another example of Begapa getting a central position and then just losing players here and there. I don't know what it is about this team. Maybe their setups are just not that good. They can't cover one another. It seems like in a lot of instances, they will lose a player that's like kind of untradeable or unrevivable and go, well, that's just the nature of business. And maybe that is for you. But for the top teams, that's not necessarily the case. So Begapa end up having to move on. Gen G taking even more space. Not that it's really going to be hugely influential on the overall standings, you'd imagine, because Begapa are not in a position to make a run back in, and Gen G are already pretty secure. But yeah, it's just a bit of a weird situation that Begapa seem to keep running into, and something that they can look at going forward.
Well, Starlord, what do you plan to do with this Panzer? A little bit of a side swipe onto a drive-by. It looks like Phantom Hearts are going to avoid the road. Has it available in the back pocket if needed. Now, FN obviously started tonight in 3rd and probably won't be too happy with the way things have kind of gone throughout the first couple of games, but still, you know, enough time and enough games that they, for me, can still just kind of worry about what they are doing. They don't have to think about hot drops. They don't have to think about rotate camps. They don't have to think about, okay, well, if the other teams get X points, we've got to get X points. You just focus on yourselves, and you're still then in a position where you, off of your own work, can certainly get top 3. So we have a look at the map of the flyover. There is an E pickup coming in, which I believe is Star Balloon. Never mind, Star Balloon is in Army Base.
Superstars. It is.
Superstar. To be fair, I can't see the tag on those guys down there. They're all so bunched up, and they've got the same color as Star Balloon. But yeah, coming in from prison, Superstars kind of make their way in with the pickup. They're in the blue at the moment, so they'll follow that in, and I would imagine likely land with the phase 2 circle pop. And you see D plus Keo there in the fields of Yongcheon. Not a bad spot, but yeah, Gen G actually are holding the west side of the mountain north of Yongcheon, despite getting a couple of kills on the Begapa. I'm surprised they haven't really taken more space there. As
another bridge camp.
Another bridge camp, and this one's onto Asla Pentagram.
Hasn't started as cleanly. Daku, though, has gone down. Lua with a big fight. The whiff coming through might be his demise. Glads can't quite trade it back. It's 2 players down here for Asla. Red zone dropping. One of them has just kept on going. But Glads actually getting the knock onto Lua is going to start to cause a bit of a ruckus here. Maybe a thought in the process here for Hal, the one that got past, to maybe come back to try to help Glads out. Not too sure. Daku is going to be done. But Glads looking to try and finish off Lua. And Hal floating around, but he has pulled back up. As you can see there on the south side on that mini map, he's going to look to come back into play.
I mean, that's not what Asla need, though. They need points. You got Daku dead. Daku's been really good for you this tournament. Red Zone might still be able to get revived. Glaz is just below him. Menunda's actually in the building close by to Hal, but he might not be aware of that. Even with this revive, now you're down a player. You're down one of your better players. And you have to kind of just change your game plan a little bit here for this match of Tego. Circle went north, by the way, closer to Army base. It's actually been a couple of teams already moving really, really quickly as well. T1 being one of those, and we get to see them here crash into a compound that is already occupied. They haven't gone in towards the building. It's only the duo of Begapar. But any damage done could have lasting effect, and that's a quick kill onto Heather. Akan needs to dodge some nades, and boy, he somehow does it. Now with the shotgun up close, if he does get pushed, he could find another kill. This is not what T1 need, but a peek out from Park Pro, an impromptu timed nade costs him his life, and it leaves Akan as a solo. But even if he gets one more kill, it then becomes an incredibly wounded T1 for the remainder of this match, limits their point tally potential.
Gonna try and bait out the possibility that he's in the back of this shed in that smoke somewhere. See if he can force the run in here from T1, and it has worked. E-End is going to go down. Akan instantly traded though,
him.
So T1 in the end, in the E-End, are all good.
Yeah,
mostly all good.
Well, they lost one. Ian's knocked. That's one state. They do get 2 kill points. It could have been much, much worse if it wasn't for that smoke. Otherwise, it would have been probably 2 kills. There goes Eagle Owls. I mean, that's a really good way to summarize the tournament for them. Night 2, night 3. They've just become largely irrelevant. They do pick up 3 kill points, though, with the down players immediately finished as EJ goes down to Advencia. But yeah, Eagle Owls, they went from a contender, Jordan. They went from a top 3 kind of team. Night 1, and then have now just really dropped off ever since. It's been 2 poor nights in a row, and with 3 games to go for them, I think we're pretty comfortable to say they're not really going to be a team fighting for a spot at the Esports World Cup now.
No, it doesn't seem that way. This has been a pretty chaotic match so far. We're only 12 minutes in. We've already lost 4 teams, down to 46 players alive. Zone shift went hard north, and so there is still quite a bit of water still involved in this next zone, so space somewhat limited. Esports from getting the better of Gun 1 courtesy of Solutions, so 1 point on the board here for them as they lock down Army base, which may end up becoming a nice little staging platform for them. You'd imagine that the zone's going to pull south at some point, but the longer they can stay here in the Army base, the happier they are going to be. They do have Star Balloon close by that they're going to need to be aware of. But doing some pretty good scouting there. You can see Flo just keeping an eye on the northern side, the western side, if anyone wants to flank along that beach. It's not really going to be happening, as we can see on the map feed.
Reaching phase 3, 12 teams, so a lot of space on this phase 3 circle pop, which, as you just saw on the minimap, really brings itself away from the water down south towards Yongxion. No one dead center of this circle. A couple of teams around. Good compound for Ignis. D+ have just moved out Wicked towards the loot crates. Asla making their way in behind. So you can see D+ just ahead of them from the POV of Hal, as FN Esports have also kind of looked to rotate towards the same kind of location. So this could be coming to a head here between Wicked and FN Esports, and the reinforcements are arriving, albeit a little bit late. But with a bit of help from Primi and Wicked getting his own knockdown with the FAMAS, it's actually 2 down for FN. This is great news for D+.
It is, and they're going to try to push the advantage as well, but they've got to be aware of the fact that Primi not only can shoot at FN, but they can also cop some shots themselves, D+. Django is going to go down to Rex, and all of a sudden this starts to get a little more precarious As some finishing blows start to come through. Zenith done. Django done. Americano now on the floor, and Rex looking to push his way forward. He can't save Americano though, and there's going to be a grenade in his face, which might give him some pause for thought. It'll go a little too far to do any damage, but Wicked down on 1 HP. Has got to be so careful right here. He's lining up a grenade. Catchy doing the same through the window. Rex is getting aggressive straight into the warehouse. He's going to take this fight to D plus Kia. They weren't prepared for that. A flash around the corner now, and Rex on the hunt. Doesn't quite catch up with Catchy in time, and that is FN down in 12th place. It was a good effort. Ignis taking this opportunity, though, to storm the compound themselves and try to continue to put that pressure onto D plus Kia, who are desperate to find this revive before they fight.
Yeah, it's massive for D plus Kia. 7-point gap to FN Esports. Who do you wipe out? FN Esports. You get the 3 kills now moving forward as well. So anything extra here is just really just going to be extra for D+. They don't need much more now this game. Their direct competitors already out themselves. So for D+, where they're getting now aggressed upon by Ignis, they might go out, and it might seem like a rather low point tally kind of game, but it doesn't really matter because FN's out, and Asla's probably not in a great position to have a huge game themselves. Catchy with the knock and the flush onto Infencia. Good reposition. They do eventually get eliminated. 4 points themselves this game, but like I was saying, Jordan, you know, you're still extending that gap to FN Esports. I'll buy only a small amount with 3 games to go, but you take that. It could have been worse. It could have been FN wiping them out. They get the points, and that would have then actually closed the gap. Instead, you did extend it a little bit. Now, what this does mean, though, is 3rd and 4th are out. Great news for T1. Great news as well for Asda and Divine.
Well, that's what we want to kind of see, to be honest with you. Keeps that race for 3rd pretty close. And after this game, there will be 3 to go.
And also,
a lot of time.
Again, if you want to go stretch territory, last chance here now. If you like Star Balloon, Esports From, can you get some extra points with 3rd and 4th out, try and close the gap going into the last 3 games? This is now maybe one last opportunity, one last real opportunity. You can see EFM up north, Asla towards the east. And for Divine, not a bad spot themselves. So those are 3 teams to really watch for the remainder of this game. Ian's been knocked, and right now Raining's in a vehicle to go over and get that revive. But if you mind game, they're the ones who got the knock, and they're pushing this. T1 need to be careful. It's not like they've gotten an abundance amount of points this game themselves. And if you mind game, about to come to a head here, I think, with T1. Raining's gone on over. He's picked up Ian, and he's running him back to the compound.
Yeah, IFMG are also a team with absolutely nothing to lose. So they're not exactly going to decide to take the more safe route. They're just happy to have a scrap. They are on their way forward. Types spotted them out, though, and that may dissuade them for the moment. Looks like T1 are going to be back to 3 pretty comfortably for the moment, but just trying to hold on to this compound. It might not be an easy task. You mentioned Asla as well a little bit earlier on. They are going to be sniffing around this engagement alongside Ignis. You can see just there on the minimap, Ignis to the northern side of T1. If this really starts to pop off, this compound is going to be a massive combat zone in a minute or 2. So every team on that side of the map is going to want to lock it down and take it as their staging platform moving forward.
I mean, it's a good circle for EFM and Divine for sure. And you know, I think that if those 2 teams can pick up a large amount of points this game, really makes the last 3 games so fascinating. T1 are just kind of holding out, hoping that they can just kind of get to the late game, pick up a couple of little points. They're not looking for a big game right now. They don't need one, to be fair. Red Sign's got to make it to this tree and just does so. Darbin couldn't land all of the shots. He almost got the knock, but not to be, and eventually pushed away by that rock. Ignis putting a lot of pressure on to Asla, who are just scraping this game. It is just an absolute torture game for Asla. Nothing's really gone right for them ever since that bridge camp. But they've still got 3 players up. Handy point there for EFM. Need all of the points you can get. There's another one. Good knock from Flo onto Roy. So this will get them to 3 kill points. Make that 4 if they do get the kill onto Dava. As long as they don't lose anyone from this, it's 4 kills, and then it's also going to be... Oh, that's a good readjustment from Flo. There's your 4 kills, 4 players up, looking for top 8. Making the most of 3rd and 4th going out early this game. EFM.
Yeah, Asla as well. Unable to find any points just yet. but have done a pretty good job to keep 3 players alive given the circumstances that they face throughout this game. They are pushing in, blue at their back. If you mind game, keeping an eye on things there as well. Doesn't look like they've got an angle just yet, but it is getting very busy on that side of the zone. They are going to be helped out a little bit by pull down toward the south. KXG won't be too happy to see that, nor will Divine. So attention turns from one side of the zone back up to the other, as this now ends up being the position where the scraps are likely to occur. Untop waiting patiently, and Flow on the other side of this if he just walks around the rock. He's been spotted out. Untop going to try to capitalize on that. He's pushed over the top of him and he's got him nice and easy. Good setup from KXG, good coverage, good information gathering, and they will reap the benefits of that as Untop just goes back to safety, and he'll be able to heal back up here in no time.
So unfortunate for EFM. It was looking like it could be, you know, a game for them to really close that gap, and then just as they got, you know, a 4-kill margin, 4 players up, now down to 2 players, make that one solution caught by Wonderful. Divide have kind of just been sitting at the top of this hill, really kind of watching and hearing the commotion, but never really engaging until that moment. You know, might be able to get the revive, and poor old Asla. It's just been one of those games. Bridge camp to blue zone runs to getting peppered at tree to tree kind of action, never really getting their feet set and being able to take a fight on their terms. It's just not really been, you know, the kind of game that you're going to really be able to get points from, and that's really disappointing because it's not really all your fault. You know, you got bridge camped and then you're out of position and you're just fighting tooth and nail. Ignis with 6 kills and have shown promise here on night 2 and 3, but that 5-point night back on day 1 just put them in a hole that they really were never going to be able to get out of.
Yeah, Ignis stuck between a rock and a hard place with KXG coming down now from the north. They are kind of desperate to clear out what's happening south, but it's not an easy push in. They've done a bit of a number onto Asla Pentagram. It's just Hal prone behind this tree, and he's now been spotted out as well. That'll be the end of Hal, though, at the hands of Ian from T1. Asla Pentagram out now into the top 8. But it is a pretty problematic position to be in here from Ignis. They, I think, have to cut their losses on the south side. T1's not pushing them. They have to turn their attention back towards KXG, who are putting them under a bit of pressure. But similarly, KXG are also fighting a battle on 2 fronts. So it is a bit of a mess around the map at the moment. You've got Star Balloon sitting in the center, pretty unscathed. Everybody else jostling for position on the outskirts, on the extremities. And if you're in that position, you're likely losing players.
Lua just trying to heal up. It's a very spread field right now. Phase 6 circle pot right onto Star Balloon. Don't count them out either for the top 3 if they have a big game here. Still somewhat close enough. 87 points, so they're, you know, around that kind of 20 behind D+, but with D+ out, can you gain on that 20-point gap, shrink it down to 10, 3 games to go? They're not out of it. But and here's your opportunity. Dead center circle, phase 6 here on Tego into the final 8. Can you get some kill points and put together a big game? You know, you're not going to get many more opportunities, Jordan. There's 3 games after this, and you might have a game like Asla where nothing goes your way.
Stolen said he wins the race. We're in the bit of a eye of the storm type situation at the moment. We had a lot of kills happening earlier on in sort of phase 2 when that initial shift came through. We lost a few teams, and so that has resulted in a little bit of a slower mid-game here as there is a little bit more space to be held. You can see there's quite a bit of cover actually in a zone such as this one, and it's not even about the hard cover necessarily, it's about the soft cover as well. I mean, just think about Orca's position here and all of the tree coverage that is preventing him from spotting players all over the place. So everybody's safe and sound for the moment, but Zone in a minute and a half going to be crashing in one more time, and unfortunately for a lot of the teams on the extremities, they are going to have to move. Divine doing a pretty good job of keeping their heads down. Genji the same out on this sort of western and northern flanks. But eventually those 2 teams are going to come to a head, or they're going to run into sight lines from Star Balloon. It'll probably kick off in the next minute or so. Very intrigued to see where that next shift is going to come through as well. That will be a big make or break for all of these teams.
Yeah, Gen G, what a night they've had so far. Considering that they kind of came into tonight, still little pressure because of that final game yesterday. If it wasn't for that final game yesterday, certainly the pressure would have been applied today, but they've really just come out hot, and it's very much looking like yesterday was the anomaly in comparison to day one. Knock onto Min, not what Star Balloon need. Not Gen G. Anyone but Gen G. And Gen G's split 2-2. Right now, they're not able to follow up on that knock, and it looks like it might be able to be a revival for Star Balloon, but Divine now making their way into Star Balloon's direction. T1 still holding on here. Type and Raining just having the kind of game where you've just got to scrape together some points. You know, you're not going to get a large amount. Polar Bear not expecting the run up, though. Caught off guard by Type. Sheer aggression from Type. Gets the confirmation kill as well. As they're pushing up this hill, not a lot of pressure behind them. So it's a bit of a free push.
Yeah, that's a good move from T1, especially when you're down a player. Make a confident move like that one. Take some space. If you mind game, just going to back off. And it is an extra point in the back pocket for T1, who can now move back over to where they hear the other shots on the northern side. Going to start to have a look in that direction. EN leading that charge. And Darmin and Primi are going to have to be aware of it. They're already under the pump from KXG, and they're about to have some visitors from behind as well. Babao going down to Orca of Gen G on the cross shots. And KXG will see Ignis in the kill feed for all of the wrong reasons and recognize that that is their main foe getting collapsed upon, but they themselves are under pressure now from T1 as well. T1 want to take out both of these teams. They're looking for all the points on offer.
Yeah, what a job right now from this trio. I mean, 6 kills between Ian and Type as well. And in a game where they've really had to fight for it too. This is the kind of game that gets you into top 3 by the end of the night. These could be very valuable points. That kill from Raining, that's just when you know you're on. And he gets involved as well now in the fray with Type getting that flush onto Untop. T1 making the most of a situation this game where it could have been really bad. Now into the top 5. And that's going to be really bad news for the rest of this competition now, because Gen G at the top, T1 in second. They're into the top 5 with 8 kills. This is turning into a big game for T1. And dare I say, with 3 games to go, Jordan, it's starting to look like now it might just be a race for third.
Well, it might be these 3 teams as well, by the way. I know we've got 5 left, but Star Balloon are down to 1 player, and if you mind game are the same. So you've got Divine with 3, Gen G with 4, and T1 with 3 as well. It might be those 3 teams this very game, but also for the qualifiers as a whole. Ao looking to cause a ruckus here. T1 aren't going to be prepared for him, but they're still going to get the shots in. And Ao will go down. Star Balloon out in 5th. Dayon, that's a big knock onto Type. I don't know if it's going to be finishable, but Gimjun going to take his opportunity, and it actually looks like Dayon's going to let him have his moment. He was on his screen, decided not to shoot at him. Wonderful will drop. Gen G pouncing on Divine. Maybe Divine that do end up going out a little bit earlier on in the piece, but T1, they are going to lose a player to Gimjun just after they got that revive ratings down as well. Here's the chance. Gen G, they've got to accelerate now.
Into the top 3. T1 down a single player though, and with Divine only got 2 up, this should be Gen G's game. And with this game win as well, it would probably all but confirm a top 3 spot. If you're being completely honest, I don't think it would even be mathematically possible to see them really get taken out of the top 3 with 3 matches remaining. They're still looking disciplined. It's still looking like the best here from Gen G, and they have easily been the best. It makes you kind of question what happened yesterday. How did it all go so wrong? But day 1 was just oh so good, and day 3 is looking in a similar fashion. With Barpo, the kill stolen by Ian, and then Ian getting rid of Dayon as well. And T1 now looking to further extend their lead here in 2nd overall on the leaderboard. Well, it's quite fitting that we do get a finish between these 2 teams now here for match 15. T1, Gen G easily being the best 2 teams so far through these qualifiers.
Yeah, most definitely, but which will be the best team here on Tego? It is a 3v4. So it is favorable for Gen G, and they've also got better control of this final zone, but let's not count T1 out. I think on an individual basis, I would say T1 have probably had the slightly more impactful players. And a quick knock here or there could shift this 4-on-3 in the blink of an eye. Flame from long range will be receiving a spray from Type, but as soon as Type repeaks that angle, he's going to cop a fair chunk of damage. The headshot coming through, damaging his head armor. And the first aid kit instantly reset, so it's down to bandages now. End dropped to the floor by Tosi, and Gen G starting to encroach on T1's position.
Good spot from Tosi. Dare I say, probably a win here would have been more for T1, but Gen G had superior position. A 7-kill win for Gen G, the team that has easily been the best throughout these Korean qualifiers. Yet another chicken dinner, and that top spot is looking like it should be all but theirs. And even if they don't finish first, you would think the minimum would be second from here now, Jordan. They're not getting out of this top 3. They should be heading off to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. Of course, PUBG, bit of a weird old game sometimes, though, where, yeah, you could run the maths and maybe there is some weird world that they could get knocked out. But let's be honest, from here, they should be pretty good with 3 matches to remain. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side, we head over to Rondo. Gen G firmly in cruise control on their way to the Esports World Cup, and I don't think T1 are too far behind them. Jordan, while I wouldn't hard lock in T1, I think you could give them the soft lock mantle at this point with 3 games to go. Another strong performance from them off the back of that 1-point game on Miramar. Good follow-up on Tego, sees them in a good position. The third spot, though, wide open with 3 games to go. The gaps really aren't that large, and it comes down to really who just plays the best PUBG in the last 3 games might just be able to take that last spot.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm ready to hard lock Gen G if we hadn't already done that. 153 points. I think they passed that cutoff that we were talking about. 140, 150 points we were saying is probably going to be where you're going to need to be to make it into the top 3 comfortably. And they are now at 153 points. So they are happy with that. T1, a soft lock. I'm prepared to give them that as well. And like you say, the battle for third place is really heating up right now. I'm looking at D+ Kia sitting there right now in third at 109 points. Divine only 5 behind them on 104. FN Esports 10 behind D+ on 99. So 3 teams that are really in contention, plus maybe a couple of outside chances in the likes of Asla and Star Balloon still if they can have one more big game here. But we didn't get that from Star Balloon, at least here in our match on Tego. You can see D+ Kia also had a pretty average game in the end with only the 4 points coming from it. And that is part of the reason why teams have been able to just kind of keep a pace with them. Asla fell off, FN fell off, Divine didn't have an amazing game, but then again, neither did D+. So they haven't been able to build on that lead that they did have. They've just kind of maintained it, which is obviously nice, but it's not enough to lock anything in with another 3 games yet to play.
Yeah, and I think with 3 games to go, you want to be in a position where you've got multiple teams still vying for qualifying positions. Yeah, I mean, having 2 of those spots essentially kind of locked up, not as fun if it was completely wide open, but you want to at least, I always find with these kind of tournaments, get to the last game and not have it be a foregone conclusion. Nothing's worse than going into the last game and saying, well, not much is going to really change. And when you kind of look at D+, 5 points ahead of Divine, okay, that's nothing. 10 points in front of FM Pocheon, well, that can be overcome in a single game. Then you get to Asla, and well, Asla have had a really rough go of things on Tego, 15 points behind, but 3 games to go. So it's not like it's the last game for those teams, even Star Balloon, for example. I mean, I'd say from esports from down, it starts to get, okay, very difficult unless you're getting like back-to-back 20s. If you're an Eagle Owls or an EFM, maybe even a Baker and KXG, if you're getting back-to-back 20s, you're back in, then going into the last game. But feasible enough, that's probably not going to happen, right? Like, yes, it can, but it's probably not going to happen. So you don't really kind of put those teams in that kind of category unless they go out and do it, which kind of keeps, as the trend has been all night, that sort of top 6 vying though and taking out the top 2, essentially 4 teams looking for 1 spot, 3 games to go, who can take it? Because I think for all of those teams, you're still in a position where as long as you play well, you do really well. Obviously D+ being in third, as long as if they go and have another big game, they could even kind of soft lock themselves and maybe gatekeep that top 3 going into the last 2 games. That could be a possibility if they have a big one here, which they've shown they've got that capability to do, but they've only done it once. Like, we've only seen throughout the entire tournament D+ have one really big game, whereas they've been a little bit more of the average, consistent, get some points, rack up a couple, and so that might leave that door ajar. What happens if Asla finally gets their mojo back, have a big game? That's a possibility. FN Esports, they've won games, they've got that capability. So I'm excited heading into Rondo, a map which can certainly just throw up anything.
Yeah, well, you won't have to wait too long here, as we are going to jump in onto Rondo, and a nice, fairly central plane path is going to get us rolling out onto those hills of Rondo. Gen G right in towards the center there, moving towards Stadium. Again, expecting to have a pretty slow start to this game. We talked about it a little bit yesterday with, I guess, just the sheer size of Rondo, in that there's a lot of playable terrain in comparison to some of the other maps. Tends to be a bit of a slower starting map, and you can see that there's a lot of space to spread out in here for all the teams to be feeling pretty okay about things. Again, 2 teams towards test track. We've seen that over the last couple of days. Hasn't really amounted to a whole lot here in terms of early game engagements. So We'll be taking things easy to kick things off here on Rondo. Oh, I might have spoken too soon. Nyong has managed to bolty hammer. Maybe out of the sky? I'm not sure what's happened.
Absolutely. There. Yeah, it would have been parachuting still down and has just, obviously, you get knocked when you're on the parachute and you essentially just die.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take that, though, esports from, you need all the points you can get. 3 games to go, good start. Your neighbor now, the one that's close by to you, you know they're down a player. So, you kind of take two wins out of that kill. Now you're not going to be as threatened around this area, and you kind of start off with a nice kill point yourself. Northern Circle towards very much the top end, right to the top. So nothing towards the south side going to be played out of, which, to be fair, the teams that are very much towards the south aren't in contention outside of a D+, but they're middle south anyway, so they're going to be able to get in pretty quickly. FN Esports just on the edge, close by to Mayron. They'll be able to rotate on the eastern side, close by to Divine. So those are going to be 2 teams to really watch later on if they end up, getting close to each other. It's certainly set out for a fun one. Asla will play the west side of the zone, so they'll be a little bit away from everyone else who's very much in contention. Now this is a run through. Barpo could be careful. If he does play the trees, he could be fine, but Blackwalk has a different angle that we can't see. EJ got a lot of the damage, but it is Barpo down early for Divine, which is not what you want when you're still in close proximity to that top 3. He's done for.
Yeah, he is definitely doomed. He has gone for a real stretch. That is a big mistake from Divine. Honestly, they've got to be doing a better job of scouting that when they're dropping. You have to be aware of the teams that are dropping around you. And I guess at this point, Barpo must have thought that this set of buildings, this compound or 2, were clear. And he's gone roaming out in front of his team, trying to get a little bit of extra loot, just a little bit greedy for some, better items, better loot. And it's ended up costing Divine a player early on in the piece in a really, really critical match for them. They are currently not holding on to 3rd place. They are still trying to chase down D+ Kia, and that is going to make the job a little bit more difficult. So far less than ideal for Divine. How much it's going to cost them, we'll have to wait and see. Genji also looking like they're going to get into a little bit of a scrap here as Begopar have sent 3 players forward. Tosi also gone forward here solo for Genji. He's kind of like their forward scout. Genji have Song Jung isolated away from them, but they are 3 strong versus this one of Tosi. Are they aware that he's here? Well, Pio looks like he's trying to jump spot that angle, but I'm not 100% sure that they know. There's a flash. Actually, there we go. That's the information for sure for us and for sure for Begopar. They 100% knew that Tosi was there, and he is going to be taken out as well. So surprisingly, quite a few scraps starting off early here on Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, Rondo can certainly play like that. It can get a little bit scrappy at the start. Depends on the rotate pass, whether they can collide or not. Star Balloon just making their way past KXG. Actually going for a center position here early phase 1. Another team that, they're in that category now. They need big games. No more can you just get 5 to 8 points. You kind of need a good handful of points from this going into Erangel, set yourself up, still have some kind of outside chance. And I think the eyes right now in this game probably will be on D+ Kia and their ability to kind of hold on to that 3rd spot going into Erangel, and whether they're going to be able to do that or not. 109 points right now, 5 in front of Divine. Divine, of course, lose a player. So it limits the ability for Divine themselves to now go have that big game. If D+, go and have a big game here, they're setting the tone. They're going to then set the expectations going into Erangel. If they get nothing from this game, wide open. They get a lot from this game, then suddenly that gate starts to, close on all the rest of the teams going into Erangel, and D+ will be in full control of their own destiny and therefore the top 3's destiny. So I think this is going to be the game where you really watch for D+ and what they do, how they play. They don't have to be overly aggressive. They're no longer chasing. Like it feels like this entire tournament, D+ have just been chasing. Well, now they're into 3. Gachi on the north side of this compound where Star Balloon taking a little bit of a fight. Flame's going to come creeping over the edge of that hill. Lua just going to kind of send him back the other way. But yeah, Star Balloon get the kill on to Orca. We saw the knock earlier. So Genji, as great as they've been in that top spot, and certainly that trip to Riyadh is theirs, but it might not be a big game here on Rondo.
It might not be a celebration match, but it's fine. They still got another couple that they can hang around with, and on top, here for KXG are trying to lock in a little bit of a split. It is actually an interesting zone pool just purely because there's that river that's running through the center of the zone. So that may also be part of the reason why we're getting a little bit more of a scrappier early game. I'd say for the most part, most teams are going to be gambling on the south side of this river. You're probably more likely to get a favorable pool there, just considering it's maybe 60% of the zone. And Genji getting in the kill feed there for a moment. But yeah, 60% of the zone just south of the river. So you're probably going to see most of the teams on the southern side of the river, which is going to mean we are actually going to get a more congregated opening zone than what we had been having previously. So potentially a few more teams just running into one another a little bit earlier on here on Rondo as a result of that initial zone, which is going to be fun. You have superstars that are happy to play the north side. Divine as well playing on the north side just because they're down a player, so they're not feeling too comfortable about trying to fight their way in. E-End has pulled up next to Hal. Now, is he aware? It seems that he is, but Hal is going to get those shots through with a bit of a helping hand as well. So T1 in a spot of bother, and we really do have to keep our eyes on as a pentagram here and see if they can get some big points out of this game. This could be a huge conflict for them early on. If they can survive against T1 and pick up some points on their way through that, then they are definitely in the race for a top 3 spot. They're pushing though, T1. They want to try to get rid of Hal, and that's why Red Zone is in on this rotate. Daku in there to try to help Hal out as well. There's a big fight. They're going to pick E-End up by the looks of things and just try to get out of dodge.
Yeah, I mean, Asler's smart. You've got to go for it at this point. 3 games remaining, including this, and these are the fights you probably want to take. You get an early knock, you can kind of push in. Credit to T1, though. You know, they understand at that point, Ian's knock, that they need to get out of position. They rotate in towards Bakerper, though. And for T1, they might have that soft lock. Unfortunately, because of what's happened this game, where they've gotten a donut, the soft lock feels pretty good to have going into Erangel. I can't believe that they're in a soft lock position, Jordan, considering a 1 point and a 0 point game tonight. If you had to said that at the start of the night, that T1 would get 1 point from 2 games, you'd be questioning where they're at really in terms of that top 3 race, but they're still firmly in a good position. 130 points in second. They will remain 130 points in second, and you would still have to think with 2 games to go, unless they go double, like they would have to still probably go double donut on Erangel to miss out. That's the kind of level we're talking in terms of drop off. So they can afford to have nothing here. They still only need 5-10 more points, I think, on Erangel in the last 2 games. So it's not really a lot.
No, it's not, but it's a consideration. I mean, even if they go double donut, you know, they might just squeak through with 130 points.
Yeah, they might.
Possible. Anyway, that'll be something that we can discuss as we get deeper into the day. For now, I think the focus turns to some of these teams that are sort of sitting in that 4, 5, 6 range and seeing what they can do. As the Pentagram, we've already mentioned, decent enough start for them. I'm looking at D+ here on the minimap here as well. They've got a 2-2 split established. We saw Divine a little bit earlier, had lost a player. FN Esports are taking control of large swathes of land. They have a 4-way split, all 4 players as an individual trying to spread out as much as possible, though they don't exactly have a premium position. They've got a lot of options based on where the zone is going to end up going. And we're about to find that out. And it will give us a bit of an indication as it pulls center. So a center pull, and immediately off of the back of that center pull, I am still imagining that we're going to go a little further south at one point to move away from the water. So Eagle Owls, the position that we saw them in a little bit earlier on our screens, is not a bad spot to be in. Here's that big split that I'm talking about from FN Esports. Starlord is basically dead center of that. Americano's behind him. You got Rex above him, Zenith below him. They are going to have to group up on somebody's position. And they're also going to have to be aware of Divine, who may well want to rotate in past FN Esports. So this could get a little bit saucy over on the eastern flank.
That was an E pickup. E plus a split right now. Kachi's not with the rest of his team. It's one to keep an eye on. FN Esports as well, coming in on that eastern side over the bridge now. Starlord and Americano will make their way over. Rex and Zenith certainly split themselves too. Asla very quiet on that western front, as you can see the map here on the top of your screen. There's not really many teams around them. Over towards Bamboo. They need a big game. Eagle Owls probably done on the south side. Big conflict in the middle as Ignis off of that E pickup, parachuting down. They lose Primi to Zephyros. Solution will get a knock on Agnes. More points potentially on the cards here for EFM as they've got that drop from Ignis on top of them. Talk about a double knock and soon to be a double kill. And Fencia waiting in the wings. The Solution just holds the angle. EFM know they can't lose players here. You can't rush full ahead of steam, and Young does just that, but he's got the right weapon for it. Ignis eliminated. 4 kills for EFM. Seen this story before, though. In fact, in the very last game, they had something similar, Jordan, where they got the 4 kills, 4 players up. You think this could be it, and then it all fell apart pretty quickly. But it may just be a different story this time for EFM.
Divine are on the hard wrap right now. They're going to be going pretty much as far south as they possibly can before pushing their way in. But difficulty is that southern side of the zone is going to be really, really busy. So this is a super long flank for Divine. I can't imagine they're going to be picking up a whole lot of success in this game. It just seems like they've kind of cooked themselves a little bit with that opener that they had. But we'll catch up with them at some point soon. Superstars doing the opposite, essentially hard northern side. Will have to sort of battle their way in against KXG. But apart from that, the northern side of the zone is really not that busy at the moment. You can see how far out into the blue Divine are, and zone popping in another 30 seconds or so. This is a phase 2 rotate that's going to turn into a phase 3 rotate, and it's not going to stop. This is going to be one big, massive rotate. They've got to be hopeful that they don't run into, you know, the EMP field or anything like that. That'll slow things down and cause some problems for them too. But it's up in the northern side of the map at the moment, so they should be okay. And they are just about to come in, but they're going to come in through multiple teams. Phantom Esports right in front of them, and If You Mind Game as well. So opting to just pull up and wait for that next zone shift, and then they're going to decide where they want to go. Oh, it's getting messy already. And that is even before Divine come into play. They have actually been spotted out as well, by the way. Wonderful getting the knock on to Hammer. That is just a mess down on the southern side of the zone. Nobody wants to be in this fight, but they're all stuck in it.
Hammer finished off. Wonderful knockdown, though, by Polar Bear. That's not really what you want if you're Divine. With already losing Barpo earlier on at the start of this game, you are playing as a 3-man, and it could be soon a 1-man, because Haller is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Dayon is trying to maybe wrap back around and bring that minivan back over for some extra cover to go for that revive. Phase 3 pop over towards Asla. Benefits them greatly. Southside wrap for Phantom gets them into the south end of the zone. Divine deep in the blue now, fighting If You Mind Game. Big shot from Daeyeon though onto Kim Jun. Forces him back behind the tree to go for that first aid kit. And it seems like they might just be able to get Wonderful to safety to get that quick revive. 3 players then up. They got to stop quickly though, and they don't stop quick enough. Well, they couldn't stop. The blue was very much still there. They were so close. But Divine go to 2. Limits certainly now the overall capabilities for Divine to close that gap to D+, at least not by a huge amount. Really now as a duo from here for Divine, it's a rank tank game. You've just got to try and stay alive, get some placement points, get to the late game, see if you can snatch a couple of kills. You know, a 3-4 point game here is not awful. Then going into Erangel, the Star Balloon just pulled up into the middle of the road, and Seong Jang is thinking this is the freest kill all night. Big nade onto Kwon Won, couldn't land the shots with the mini. There's another player directly below. He's almost got too many targets to shoot at, and they're starting to shoot back. It's actually though from an overshot from Hal. Asla, I've got a long angle on this.
Yeah, Songchung might be a little bit disappointed by how that started. It was a fantastic nade toss, but the shots left a little bit to be desired. It's now come down to Park Pro and Akan to try to clean this one up. There's been a res inside of the smoke, but very quickly Min's going to hit the deck, and Akan, oh, he's so close to getting this kill. He spotted him surely through the smoke, maybe the gun barrel poking out. Either way, Begapar will dislodge of Star Balloon, but Akan now eating a grenade. Begapar, a taste of their own medicine. That's a grenade from beyond the grave from Gunwon. That was on the ground for a very long time.
Or up for FN Esports. This is turning out to be a good game for them based on what's happening around them. And not just them, but also Asla Pentagram. Unfortunate for Star Balloon, Jordan. They were only 18 points behind third, 3 games to go. And then you get knocked out this early here in one of those 3 games, and now you're really fighting in the back of the pack. To have any chance on Erangel, they essentially need almost like 2 wins in a row. Look at this split for Asla. Look at this zone control, compound control. This is a great circle, but can they turn it into a great game? They absolutely must. You're not going to get these kind of opportunities. You think back to the last game, Tego. Short memory. They had an awful time. Long circle wraps into blue, bridge camp. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Here's the inverse. Bean will pick up a freebie. His fights are largely irrelevant.
Interesting smoke there from Bean. It'll give him a little bit to play around as he tries to survive this chase from SGA. D+ Korea in trouble. As you quickly mentioned it there, you're not going to catch that on the kill feed. We've gone into the split screen here as Flame tries to hold off SGA. Zephyros wrapping around the rock. This is looking very rough indeed for Gen G, although it is rather inconsequential for their chances of making it through to EWC.
D+ are cooked. Any second now, you're going to see them get wiped out. They get it. KXG pushed on them. FN also watching from a distance. You can see off into the background. It's Kachi. I think he might be 1 of 2 up at the moment. It's not going to be a high point game. They've actually been able to drive away from KX Gaming, but they've lost members. And in the end, it's Divine also wiped out early. And there goes D+ following them immediately after. But that is a staggering going into Erangel. You've literally just seen 3rd and 4th out early. Basically little to no points. Opens that door wide open for FN Esports, for Asla. Starballoon will be kicking themselves. This could have been the perfect game for them. It's great news for T1 and Gen G as well, because the teams directly below them have got nothing from this game.
Gen G out. Flame eventually found out by EFM as we keep our eyes on If You Mind Game and their engagement up against Eagle Owls. Again, Eagle Owls was one of those teams that, you maybe wanted to have some faith in, but were unable to based on their more recent performances. SGA look like they're going to be out of the picture pretty soon. So yeah, if I'm FN Esports, if I'm Asla Pentagram, I am absolutely licking my lips at the possibility of this game going forward. Both teams in solid positions inside of the zone.
And separated from each other, so not really going to take each other out either, so they can both play their own game. FN maybe a little bit more open space. They do have Zenith's compound and firmly in for now phase 4. I love the 2-2 split for Asla. This has got to be their game. The prime opportunity. You squander this one, you might just squander top 3.
That's a fair point. FN, I would say, are maybe in a slightly better position to have a big game just because there's more teams that are rotating in around them, past them. They might get some, more kill points out of this game than what Asla are going to grab. But now with that zone shift, you got to be happy if you're Asla.
Yeah, Glass and Red Zone, getting your cars straight over to Hal and Daku. That large compound's no longer in. You group up at this point. You got to be wary. Teams on the south side may look to wrap in. It's Hal and Daku's spot isn't really super ideal, but that's what you got to play out of. You haven't got a choice. And FN Esports no longer have anything to play out of themselves. And they've got teams on this sort of northern side too that are going to be pushing in behind them. So it might get a little bit dirty. Yeah, it's just a long warehouse. That's it. But it's better than nothing. It's better than being out in the tree lines. If you're Asla Pentagram, you're still very, very happy with this overall situation compared to the rest of the lobby.
Kimjin, long spray, no connections, and he cops a couple of taps back from EFN, so he'll try to escape back over to safety. In that meanwhile, Rex and the rest of FN Esports are pushing over the top to try to get some shots in onto KXG, who are stuck in a bit of a pitched battle up against Superstar. Remember, every single one of these kill points for FN Esports could be worth its weight in gold. See how close these 18-game tournaments typically end. It can be, 1 point the difference. And that was one picked up by FN right there. They've actually slowed things down a little bit, KXG, so they get a brief moment of respite, although it's not necessarily going to help them all that much, because FN are still trying to push the issue. Begapar now relying on Akan to try to hold off this push from Superstars. We'll go back over to FN and now back over to Akan, and he's found himself a couple of nice knocks. In fact, Akan almost holds the fort against 4. It's just one too many players in the end. He was getting a bit of a helping hand from Asla, who go in and steal a kill or two. And again, talk about importance of kill points. There's 4 now on the board for Asla, plus placement starting to come into play.
I actually like the fact that they didn't fully group up straight away. I guess they wanted to play the top of the building for as long as possible, because it actually has a decent sightline to Hal and Daku. So you could kind of watch and see teams that maybe would push in, and then also still that chance to get what they did, which was a couple of kills on those coming down the hill on the north. So Asla have actually played this really well. This might be shaping out to be one of the big games that they've had throughout the entire tournament in terms of just the way that they are playing. Very disciplined, very much not looking to rush things, and a huge 3-1 split. You can see it in the minimap, or at least you could. Glaz has gone on the north side. So that, I mean, that right there says to me they're going for the win. They're going for broke. They could 4-stack it, but by Glaz being where he is, he can also be aggressive on the other side of the road. He can also get cover, but he can also get knocked. It's a power play that goes wrong. Dead. Down to 3 now for Asla. So it does come with its risks when you play that high reward. And now they might be getting crashed on. How trying to play front contact at the front of this compound takes a bit of damage, and suddenly it gets really messy at this position for Asla Pentagram. EFM 11 kills. They do get taken out in 4th, but it's still a really big game for them. But still bigger though for Asla Pentagram into the top 3 with 6 kills. But FN Esports also in the top 3. They've been largely quiet on this north side. No one else is amongst these trees. This is a great game for Asla and for FN to catch up and punish D+ and Divine for having poor games.
Phantom Hearts, they were looking at trying to get aggressive onto Asla's position, but now that we've found ourselves in the final 3 teams, they are just going to back it up to the safety of the building that Stella was holding on to. FN Esports are the team that kind of have to make the most moves here, just because they are the one that doesn't have like an obvious position to set up in. They're going to obviously play around these trees, the cars and whatnot. Zenith making the mistake, and a nice seat swap gets him back to safety for half a second. Stella will get the knock there, but that probably will be resable if there's smokes to come through here for FN, although it doesn't look like they've got too many. Smoke has gone down onto Zenith's position. They're going to have to try and be careful with their smoke usage. That will come into play later on in the piece as well, by the way, when they do inevitably have to cross this road. Nice shots. It's putting some pressure back onto Phantom Heart.
It's a tricky situation now because you don't want to be overly aggressive, but if you're an FN and if you're an Asla, you think, is this our last chance? We might not get as good a chance on Erangel. With only 2 games, statistically, it is likely that you could have, 2 rather average games and just miss out. So you take your opportunities while they're here. Get a couple more kills, get the win, get those points high up so that if you do have quieter games on Erangel, you might still be in a position where it could get you over the line, and that's all that really matters. Asla won't move. They don't have to right away. 40 seconds till phase 7, and essentially it's this 3-way split, but it's FN with 4 players. Right now, the road, it's not like it's a flat road. You can play on the edge of it. But Phantom Hearts have got somewhat of an angle to punish more so FN, but also can still look towards Asla. They control a large portion of this game. Asla v FN, I don't imagine will happen right now unless Asla try to push and wrap onto the road and get to the other side towards FN. I don't think they would want to do that. And you can see from the POV of Roy that Asla and FN just can't really fight each other. So Phantom Hearts get to pick and choose how they want this game to proceed.
Well, for now, until we see that next zone shift, and that is going to make life a bit more difficult for both Asla and Phantom Hearts. But in saying that, FN, even though they had the weakest of the positions, they have the numbers. So this kind of changes the game a little bit. Both Asla and Phantom Hearts are going to have to move, but both teams, I think, are largely going to be focused in on what FN are doing in front of them, because they know that that's where they're going to have to go. And well, they largely can't get too many shots on one another. There's some nice ones from Dava onto red zone just to give him a little bit of a tickle, but Red Zone can definitely play safe from Phantom Hearts. So this really comes down to the crash timing from Phantom Hearts onto FN and the same from Asla. It will be Phantom Hearts that have to move first. They are on the far side of the zone. They're going to go and try and push Asla. Stella's going across.
Well, they can push Asla a little bit safer than they can FN because FN can't really push over this ridge. So they might feel like
they're just going to play the low ground.
Yeah, play the low ground. This is perfect for FN, though. I mean, the only downside is they've only got the 3 kills. So they have to be talking as a team right now and saying, do we want more kills from this game? And they might, oh, that's red zone, but it could be stolen by Americano. No, it's not. He tried his best. Asla will get the kill. That helps them in this fight against Phantom Hearts. And honestly, now, if I'm FN, I'm thinking we need to be aggressive here. Get smokes on the road to cover the long angle from Daku, start pushing, push over the ridge, and clean up these teams and get the win. That has to be their game plan now.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Do it now before Phantom Hearts go out.
I was going to say, if I'm in FN's position, I'd be thinking, we've won this game. But how hard have we won this game is going to be the big question mark. Phantom Hearts down to 1 red zone. That Molly's actually looking pretty good. It gets tossed on in. Red zone will get the finish onto Stella and Roy. And so it's down to just the 2 remaining members of Asla. They are.
Daku might look to deny. The other 2 can't, though. Daku wasn't going to go anywhere that was going to do anything other than die to FN. So you deny 1 point. That's smart from Daku as an individual. Asla just killed themselves. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that's the right play. They're in an awful position. Down low ground, easy peaks there for FN. So FN get the win, but it's a 3-kill win. So overall 13 points. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. And as we mentioned earlier in that match, you know, 3rd and 4th, both eliminated early, little to no points. It's huge for both Asla and FN Esports, but at the end of that game, it's Asla picking up the kills, Asla getting 2nd place, so they'll end up with a pretty decently similar point tally, maybe even slightly more than FN Pocheon, despite them getting the win. A strange way to kind of close out that match. It's PUBG shenanigans at its best, that a team just nades themselves, denies it happens, but it's the right play. Short break on the other side, though. 2 more games to go, and we head to Erangel.
2, 1, go.
With 2 games to go, couldn't be closer for that third spot to see who's going to head off to the Esports World Cup from Korea. The top 2, Jordan, pretty much a firm lock considering 3rd and 4th couldn't quite keep up with T1 and Gen G and, you know, obviously put them at any kind of risk. I think it's fair to say those 2 are looking very good going into Erangel. But the 3rd spot, I mean, it gets closer and closer the closer we get to the finish line, with 3rd and 4th going out early last game, followed them by 5 and 6 being able to make top 2. It makes it very, very much spicy, and there's no room for error now, really at all, because you're now in this position with 2 games to go. You can't rely on luck anymore. Like, you've played the abundance of games. You might still get lucky, but you certainly cannot rely on that. You got to make your own luck from here. FN Esports, they get the win, but only 3 kills. They'll be probably thinking, could we have maybe gotten more from that game, from that opportunity? You might not get a similar opportunity on Erangel.
Yeah, and a big game as well. It has to be said from Esports from 15 points in that one has jumped them up to the triple figure mark. They've just hit 100 points. So with 2 games left to go, there is very much a conversation. Originally, it was around, look, maybe there's 3 or 4 teams in this one to try to take that last qualification spot, that 3rd qualification spot. But with that decent game that Esports from have gotten, I think they've maybe just got themselves back into shape here to potentially steal away the 3rd spot. They are 12 points away from FN at the moment, but the gap between 3rd and 7th being only 12 points means that there's a bunch of teams in the middle there as well that are very much interested in having a sniff for a top 3 placing. So just to quickly go down the list, FN Esports 112, Asla Pentagram and D Plus Kia both tied on 109, only a 3-point gap there. Divine, an 8-point gap at 104, and then Esports from with the 12-point gap at 100 points. So 12 points, the difference between 3rd and 7th with 2 games to play. That feels very doable for Esports from, particularly if they can put together a good game here in match number 5. But both of these are going to be games on Erangel to close things out. And like you said, it's anybody's guess as to where this one is going to go. Gen G, T1, we know they're a lock. But FN Esports, definitely only tentatively holding on to a top 3 placing right now.
What are your thoughts on Star Balloon and Bakerper? Because historically you think, okay, what's that? Roughly a 20-point gap, 2 games. When you say it like that, it actually doesn't sound that impossible. Obviously, there's a lot of teams above them. But if we were talking about, say, a 20-point gap between 3rd and 4th, 2 games to go, we wouldn't be counting out that team in 4th, would we? So if you're Bakerper and your Star Balloon, yes, you've got an incredible outsider's chance, but it's a chance nevertheless. You got 2 games to go. You go and get 2, like, you got to probably get 2 wins because you got to be accounting for those other teams still getting points yourself. But you can't really rule them out just yet. I think that would be very disingenuous. Eagle Owls, I think you probably could, despite being only 6 points behind Bakerper. You know, the gap then is a little bit greater, closer to the 30-point mark rather than the 20-point mark. I think changes my thoughts on that one. So the fact that I'm even still, and you know I'm a harsh marker, I've got that marker out, and I've marked out Eagle Owls 10th and below, but I'm not quite prepared to actually, even for Bakerper and Star Balloon, put that hard marker through. It's if I've got the pencil through, which you can erase, because if, like, the thing is, if Bakerper come out, let's say they get 20 points from this game, they go to what, 111. If they're on 111 going into the last game, you would still think then mathematically...
I mean, it's true. It's possible for sure. But, like, yeah, the difference when it is... Okay, like, the example you gave is, like, let's say Star Balloon was the team that was in 4th right now on 93 points and FN was 112. There's that 20-point gap. The difference here is that there's, like, 4 or 5 teams above them that can still gain points, that can still continue to make their job more difficult.
Which is why they've got to win. They need to win.
Well, exactly. It's not just one team that you have to overcome. It's like 5 or 6. So there's a lot more possible outcomes that end up worse for you as Star Balloon than what there would be if you were that team in 4th, even if the point differential was the exact same. So, yeah, mathematically maybe, but I think it's a real outside shot. And the other thing that is a mark against Star Balloon and Bakerper is that they just have not been able to win a game so far. They have not had one of those big finishes. Esports from, at least, have got themselves a win. We saw a 15-point game from them just in the previous game. Whereas, you know, when was the last time that Star Balloon or Bakerper really did anything that made you go, yeah, they can get 20 points in a game, let alone they can get 20 points 2 games in a row?
Yeah, no, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And yeah, as I was saying, I think for those 2 teams, essentially they need a win. You know what I mean? Like they need to be getting those 10 placement points plus kills, which is denying at least a decent amount of placement points from any of those above them because you ended up winning. So that's essentially what they need. Whereas like Esports from and above, they don't need to win necessarily, Jordan, but they obviously still need to get, you know, the points that are going to be on offer. And the one last thing about this is T1. Now, the gap big circle pop, by the way, and we had this exact circle yesterday. It's the exact same one. It's going West Coast, Sosnovka Island. So the teams have already scrimmed this, played this literally yesterday. We get a complete repeat.
Bago pass chance, bro. It's Bago pass chance.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is, you get a win here, and suddenly you go into the last game, and you are then still a chance. T1 are 130, so 18 points ahead of FN, and with that, they're also 21 points above ASLA. If they go double donut, there is still a world in which, you know, two teams between FN, ASLA, D+, creep up to 131 each. Like, that can actually happen. That's not out of the realms of possibility. But what do T1 need? Probably about 5 points from the last two games. I don't think it would need to be much more than, say, 2 to 3 points each of the last two games. That will do it. But I do have to kind of throw that in there. If they do double donut, there is still a world in which they could miss. So they're still soft locked, certainly not hard locked, and certainly not what D+ Kia need. Two on the bridge. They go for the early rotate wrap, and they lose two immediately. But D+ Kia 3 points behind a qual spot. They're down to 2 players already in the second last game.
That is so painful. You're not expecting a bridge camp that early on in the piece, and to be fair, it wasn't really much of a bridge camp. It was just PO. But he got the important knock. He must have knocked the player on the front of the bike, and then the bike fell over, and the second guy got knocked. So that is huge from Bagopar. I mean, look, if you're trying to write the script.
Straight off the bat, they're tied now with Star Balloon on 93, and by knocking out 2 members of D+, you're 16 points behind them. If this is your game and your circle, again, they're not out of it.
Yeah, 100%. And if you want to write that script where Bagopar could potentially make this comeback to get him to a top 3 placing, that is exactly how it starts. They get a favorable phase 1 pool. A phase 1 pool, by the way, which is a pretty cooked pool for actually a lot of teams. They can set themselves up in a compound for success, get those early couple of points on the board there as well, get the ball rolling nicely, and now what do they have to do? Well, they have to make sure that if they do get crashed by an E pickup from T1 or any other team, that they don't let that winning compound fall away. So they have still got themselves a little bit of a split going on here, but no rotations, no major rotations coming through just yet. I'm seeing an E pickup pulled in Lipovka from KXG. Esports from making their transition across the Eastern Bridge. So a few teams starting to get on their way, but it hasn't been that mad scramble, particularly after D+, who tried to go early, lost a couple of players.
I'm just trying to think, how did D+ play this? You've got to go for the long game now, and if you're going to do that, do you go south side, or do you go straight to the west where you know teams are going to want to be, but you get an early shack position or mini compound? It's very difficult to kind of assess, and certainly for those two, it's going to be a long game, but you can't look at this as a foregone conclusion. For D+, 2-3 points could be a difference. Fortunately, it's also not the last game, but now you're kind of hoping that those around you, and especially for FN and ASLA, the two above you, that they don't really get anything from this. So it's a really bad mental state to be in, because you're now already thinking, geez, we've blown it this game. Now we need to hope others don't do well, and that's not really what you want to be hoping for. There's a world in which those two above them go and get 10 plus points each, and you think, well, that might be it for us. That might be too much to overcome going into the last game, which is really disappointing, because D+ have been really building, and then just like that, bang, one mini solo bridge camp, and it changes the complexion of what they're trying to do. Bagapa, though, not out of the woods yet. Over towards the quads as Park Pro with the MP5K has got someone at his doorstep. This could be an easy couple of kills, though, but there are 2 right in his building. That's 1. Is that a second? Almost so close. He'll lose his life, and he doesn't get the kill. That was an insanely close margin. Look how low Hayne is. 8 health points. If he gets that double kill, 2 extra points, 4 up, and now the rest of SGA have made their way in. Bagapar have got to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so Bagapar, though, isn't it? Like, you have a really strong position in the zone. Like, they're greedy. They're greeding so hard. They had 4 players split, and as soon as that knock comes through, they start to rotate in to try to help him out. But it's like, mate, that's too late. You need to already be there. You need to have that 2-2 split established where you have sightlines in on one another's buildings, or you can stop the rotate in. At this point, it's already too late. You know, Bega Park could have had the pick of the bunch. They could have chosen literally anywhere on this island. And in the end, they've lost a player early on in the piece. Their split doesn't look so fantastic anymore because grouping up now is going to be much more difficult. Songjung has got heat to worry about in his building or very near his building. And you've got teams coming in on the E pickup as well. I just think Bega Park continue to miss these tricks, man. And that is the reason why they are not going to be a team that we are going to be talking about to go through to the top 3. This was their game on a silver platter. Obviously, it's early days. You know, you have to convert on it. Like, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But
what was their last chance?
They don't convert on these games, unfortunately. And that is the reality.
Yeah, and 100%, I agree. I think that's them done now. Like, you're going into the last 2 games, and while I gave them an outsider's chance, that was because we had 2 games. Now you're only going to have 1 game after this. Now you're way too far back. You're basically out. It's a brutal game. You have a big game here, you go into the last game, you're a chance. You have nothing this game, you're out. Superstars and SGA continue to fight it out. 2 teams that certainly don't have any chance of making top 3. It does trim the potential points, though, for those top teams. Yeah, it's really disappointing to see after the double kill from Pio. And D Plus are thinking, wow, you killed 2 of ours and then you do nothing with this game. You couldn't even go on and do anything with it.
Yep.
Gen G, by the way, have got themselves West Coast position over to the cliffs of Sosnovka Island.
Oh, okay. That'll be the end of Hush. Menuda with the Panzer getting the entry. Will be followed up with another one, but he actually does lose his life for his troubles. The rest of KXG not having the same success that he did, so Eagle Owls are desperate to kind of hold on to their position, and they were the other team that we sort of had a bit of an outside shot for and say, you know, Bega Park, Eagle Owls, if they can have one good game here, maybe could still be in the conversation. But it doesn't seem like either of them have really been able to deliver on that possibility. Certainly not even fair to call it a promise, as again, neither of these teams have really popped off in any significant way. I think it's a 1v1 now between KXG and Eagle Owls, and a rather inconsequential fight, all things considered. But it is 4 points for Eagle Owls, and if as a duo they can maybe keep their heads down, get into the placements, find another kill point or 2 on their way through, they can put together an okay game. But I'm just not sure that an okay game is really going to be enough to get us excited.
No, it isn't. I mean, if we're kind of putting Bega Park out now, then you kind of have to naturally do the same anyway with Eagle Owls, pretty much around the same kind of points. T1 don't have to really do anything more tonight outside of just a couple here or there, which you could feasibly do by just playing late game 0 kill kind of matches where can you get top 8, get a good spot, no kills, but then get a couple at the end, few placement points. Do that once in the last 2 games and you're fine. So they'll be very much heading off to the Esports World Cup, barring some kind of massive collapse, some kind of mathematical anomaly in this game and the next. Double E pickups coming through as well. FN Esports being one of those coming out of Rostock. They'll be coming in late. One to keep an eye on, Jordan, considering their position on the leaderboard. If they don't have a good drop, we've seen already on this circle, teams that come in, it can either be really good or really bad. Circle very much stays towards Sosnovka Island, and unlike last time and last night, it does go a little bit more to the east, so the majority of the mill base is in, and the cliffs to the north of the base as well, and less so to that coastal line out west, which is probably better for the teams, more positions you can hold and hide. And Gen G are now probably thinking this is definitely not a spot that we need to lose our lives at, but they are very much locked in now.
Yeah, this is going to be madness in the next couple of minutes. We've got 2 E pickups flying over in the direction of Sosnovka Island. One still coming in to pick players up. And T1 out in the blue, along with Asla Pentagram and Star Balloon. Ooh. Red zone's gone tumbling down the hill. But yeah, a few teams still rotating in the blue. A couple of teams coming through on an E pickup. I mean, this is a pretty awkward zone to play. We sort of knew that from yesterday. It doesn't seem like that has very much changed up today at all.
Well, FN got out early at the yellows just near the bridge, which is a good spot based on this circle, and it's vacant. So that's a great E pickup for them. Now, they won't have vehicles, but they don't really need them. I think that's a really, really good E pickup for FN Esports. Asla as you kind of mentioned, the way that they're making their way into rather safe kind of area, EFM might be a bit of a nuisance as they've looked to occupy all of the mill base. What's Asla's plan? Are they going for the bunkers maybe? Yeah, this is a great shot for FN as they're just now able to scout, take the cliffs. They're open. I mean, they can even 2-2 split this if they want.
What they are going to need to be aware of is that the zone is probably going to pull away from them at some point. They are pretty close to the water there still. So it's not going to be a long-term position. So that scouting that you mentioned is going to be pretty imperative. T1 want to do some scouting of their own. They're going to go up onto Observatory Hill. You've already got Raining up there having a bit of a look at the military base. So he'll be calling out if there's any positions that closest bunker to their edge of the circle might be where T1 are opting to angle for. It's going to be tough for Raining to guarantee that there's nobody in there, but probably hasn't seen too much happening. And so they'll know that at least that is going to be somewhere that they can use as a staging ground, if nothing else. Right into the center of the zone. And this is where Bago Park could have had 4 players set up in one of these buildings or 2 of these buildings. And yet instead, it's Superstar and SGA.
How much of it just comes down to 8 HP though? I mean, they were greedy and they got punished, but Park Pro was that close to getting that double kill and it could have just changed everything for Begapar and everything for this lobby. And yeah, it's obviously disappointing to see because you can see the potential of that team and the quality that they've got. I say potential, obviously, they're older heads and they've been around a long time, but the potential to do well is there, but just doesn't seem like it's really ever clicked for them in this tournament, at least not consistently. Phase 3 circle pop, and it does go back out to the west, so it will not be a mill-based game, despite a little reprieve for teams that were maybe thinking it was going to go a little bit more military. It does go back out west. Great for Gen G, great for Divine as well with the position they've got. Not that bad either for FN Esports. Davia, oh, hang on. This is a long-range shot from Hammer. Now, these are not going to be easy to continue to land as Rex now does start moving. He was rather stationary for a small period of time, but as David peeks over this hill, there's not a lot of cover, not a lot of help for Rex. He did land the knock onto Hammer, but he loses his life, and how costly may that be for FN Esports? But the cavalry arrives rather quickly. Knock on to Dava, and Hammer's already been knocked off in the distance, and that's where Roy is going. Zenith will sprint as fast as he can to try and get this res onto Rex. Stella close by. But Zenith will have to be wary, and he does get the kill onto Stella. The knock is there. Can he stick this res onto Rex? Smoke goes out, and at the very last second, literally the final second possible, he can stick it, and he will get it. No, he won't. Rex will bleed out, forced off by the knock of Roy. I spoke too soon, and that could be devastating for FN.
Chances dwindling away for FN Esports. There is still one more game after this one, but if they get 0 points out of this game, that is going to be disastrous, really, for their chances of making it through to EWC. Phantom Hearts have lost 2, so FN may have got themselves at least 1 or 2 confirmed points here, but that nade over the top could be real trouble for them. That nade is landing perfectly. It's a blue zone nade, and it's already doing a bit of a tickle. There's a molly in there as well. FN Esports, they are absolutely cooked. It is down to just Starlord. And they know where he is as well, so some shots headed in his direction. Hammer, a little bit unlucky, didn't have the full clip loaded, but finishes it off anyway. FN out in 14th place. You could not have asked for a worse start to the last 2 games of the day.
No, and you know, the interesting thing was the game was shaping up nicely for them. pick up to the yellows, then to the cliffs, and you're thinking they got a great spot. Okay, it goes west, that's fine. They can still play out of those yellows, but they just get caught out in no man's land. And while they did then get caught, they started to turn it around, but to then go out in 14th, low amount of points for the team in 3rd, it just keeps this open going into the final game. Dayon for Divine, freebie onto Babao, doesn't check the corner, doesn't clear the building. He was solo as well for Star Balloon. That's honestly not the right play at all, and gets punished, rightfully so, by Divine. who are in 6th now, Jordan. It feels like they've always kind of been on that cusp of 3rd, but it's just how close it is in terms of the points that they've found themselves now all the way back in 6th. There's that duo of D plus Kia swimming on over. Flo knocked out by Fairy and finished off as well for Esports From. They're a little bit further behind. 12 points the gap to FN, who are out. This could have been the game to close that gap, but losing Solution, not ideal. The Circle not making up its mind. First it goes to the west, then east, then west. Now back to the east again. This would have been so good for FN Esports. It's been a crazy old game here on the first match of Erangel.
If you mind game, trying to put some more damage down, not landing too many more of those shots, but they've actually carved out quite a swath of territory for themselves on this hill. T1 on their move in. This is a risky play. It should surely not pan out. You can hear the bullets ringing out as Heather tries to drive past. Gen G firing some shots in on their counterpart toward the top end of the standings, but somehow T1 are unscathed. That's unbelievable. Type is going to survive as well. Barpo is going to go down at the hands of E, and I don't know how T1 have once again made another rotate like that without losing a player.
It's been their night. When it's your night, these things go your way. It's the small things, the fine margins in PUBG, the rotates, being able to stay alive. We saw it back on Miramar at the start of the night, and it's just kind of held true for them. That's a standing still Nyong. Still difficult shots to hit with the Mark 12 for Bean. And just kind of says, oi, you're standing still, and if you're not careful, I will kill you next time. Down to the final 12 teams already, the 18-minute mark. It's been a bit bloodthirsty, no wonder because of the Circle, but still, what can Asla now do? Backfilling in on this eastern side, right next to Esports From, who are wounded. And you think about, it's a what could have been kind of game for Begapar. They would have been dead center this Circle, Jordan, where SGA are. You think about for FN, they would have had the northern zone where If You My Game are. It's missed opportunities, but others are then taking it for themselves. Star Balloon, they need a lot of points, but without Babao, and it was a crucial error, their chances continue to just slip minute by minute. As T1 finally have found themselves a comfortable spot to just hold out for now.
Well, Gen G can definitely play spoiler. Divine is a team that's relatively close by, just down toward the beach north of Gen G. You can see them on your screens right now. And you'd have to say, with what has just occurred for FN Esports, and Asla being a little bit of an up and down team as well, maybe getting camped out by EFN right now, it might be Divine's chance to just get back into a position that looks really stable for the final game. D plus Kia down to just Catchy as well, and yeah, he's done. So no D plus, no FN Esports. It's now a conversation about Asla, Pentagram, and Divine, and maybe what Esports From can do with this last remaining 2 players that they've got. They are trying to see if they can harass Asla here. This is going to be quite the crucial fight. If Nyong and Rascal can do something impressive onto Asla, maybe get rid of all 4 of those players, that is going to significantly improve their chances of making a run in onto the top 3. And if not that, at least it's going to help Divine.
It would be a crazy game, though, because what you're essentially saying is if that happens, it would be Asla out, FN out, D plus out, Divine not in a great spot.
Here we go.
It would be literally 3rd down to 6th, all having essentially a nothing kind of game.
It's a finish.
Rascal gets the finish on to Hal, just staying alive on 20 HP, has got meds, but really no time to use it. Good shot. Rascal goes down in the hands of Ricky D. Glaz, very good double kill. They deal with Esports From, handy 2 points. They do lose Hal, but the caveat for this game is, Jordan, because of the teams that have gone out, like we've mentioned in FN and D+, any points here for Asla are bonus points. Even if they don't end up with a super high point tally game, it's still extra points going into the last game. They only need a couple more and they're in 3rd. They will be in that 3rd position last game.
Yep, you're 100% right. Got to take it nice and calmly, but they don't exactly have a favorable zone pool here. They have dealt with Esports From, but that has drawn the ire of Superstar, who are watching toward the top of that ridge. And Asla, it doesn't look like they've got any vehicles to work with here, which, oh no, they've got a US. Oh, they've got heaps. What am I talking about? They've got a few. But even in that case, making this cross is going to be a tough one. because they have to come off of that hill, and you can see that there's going to be multiple teams that are going to have angles on that. Ignis definitely one of them. Superstar already firing shots over in that direction. SGA probably have shots as well. So Asla have to be really crisp with this rotate. Hella has been knocked. That looks like an irretrievable knock as well. By the way, Divine having a bit of trouble with that zone pull, having to push their way out of the set of buildings that they were holding onto, are looking weakened now as well. So even if this doesn't go cleanly for Asla, they may still find themselves in a really stable spot going into match 6 of the day, the final game of the tournament. And just having seen that rotate that Asla have now made on the minimap, you can actually see it here as well from Flame's POV. They ended up in an unoccupied set of buildings over the road from SGA. So at least for now, until the next zone pulls into phase 6, they do have a moment of respite.
Yeah, Divine is in a world of hurt, and it's not like they've picked up a whole heap of points either, and right now no placement points. I'll be curious to see if they can really get anyone through that battlefield. Only 2 left standing now for Divine as Gunwan gets the double and then knocked down by Ricky D, and he's got Gen G looking over towards Min and Ao. Gunwan's going to be taken out, and unfortunately for Star Balloon, that's definitely going to be them out of the running for top 3. They needed a big one. And honestly, you know, the conversation I was having at the start of this game, Jordan, for Star Balloon, for Begapar, if they actually had it gone on and actually won this game, they would have found themselves in 3rd going into the last game. That's how crazy this match has been. The opportunities have been here, even for the outsider slim chance teams, and they too have not been able to capitalize on this match. You can see Dayon and Wonderful off into the distance as the remaining duo for Divine, but surely If You Mind Game might be the ones to then wipe them out soon. It is top 8 though for both Asla and Divine, so placement points on offer.
Well, Asla have red zone down on the ground, though. These smokes up will give them the chance to find that res. Dakgu sitting the res. Glaz with the important job of playing cover. Doesn't seem like SGA have a whole lot of util to deny that red zone. Actually didn't get tickled by that molly. Only Dakgu, which is actually kind of huge for Asla. It is going to allow them to properly reset with 3 players up, but they still have to battle their way forward. And even if they do get through this fight, they're going to have to get through Superstar, who have rotated across to try to play spoiler, and it's not looking good for Asla. They've lost Dakgu. Glaz down on the floor now as well, and red zone's on 4 HP. Can't even get the knock, and that is a quick turnaround from Hain. SGA will finish it off cleanly.
3 points for Asla. I think they're tied with FN, unless FN got some points, but I don't know how many they got. It might have been 1 point, so but inconsequential, nothing really. They're essentially tied for all money, and it's great news for D+, because then they're only like 3 points behind. So those 3 teams are pretty much equal going into the last game. Now it's on Divine. They've got 5 kills. Well, they're now tied with with those teams as well. And it's not like Dayon's probably going to get too much more unless he gets this kill onto Fairy. Tell you what, first nade lands, second nade, is that going to go a little bit too far? It doesn't matter. They're out. Jordan, Divine, D+, Asla, and FN are all 2 to 3 points together.
This is going to be an unreal finish.
And it's not like Esports From are that far behind either. Like, they could still do something crazy in the last game and overtake all of them. It is going to be insanely close into the last game. None of those teams being able to take advantage of this game is hilarious.
Well, Gen G hoping to find themselves yet another win, but we'll go back over to the fight between Superstar and SGA. That is a long spray from Inspire for not a lot of damage, unfortunately. He'll get taken down by Hain. Quick trade in, though, by Ricky D. Superstar down to just EJ and Ricky D, who are playing around these smokes, trying to find SGA. Nade, no, flash popped out there. EJ going to turn away from it. Ricky D gets the knock on Taxter in the meanwhile and actually finishes off SGA himself. Another couple of points for Superstar. They are pretty far out of the running, though, so not going to get their name up in lights necessarily. And look who is still alive toward the end game. It's Gen G and T1 that look like the dominant forces in this game. 4 alive for T1. They are sending it over onto IFMG, and they finish them off. Gen G looking for that fight right now up against Ignis, and they are going to be looking to lock it in by the looks of it. It's Primi down early on in the piece, and Ignis done. So Superstar the last one to try to play spoiler here for the two big dogs, but this is the victory lap for both T1 and Gen G. There is no doubt that they will be taking 2 of those 3 EWC slots.
Yeah, 100%.
And this is more of a formality.
It goes from soft lock to hard lock now for T1, and that's off the back of the game that we've had. And it's been 2 teams that over the course of the 17 matches that we've seen have been at least the most consistent. Not to say that neither of them have had, bad moments. For Gen G on day 2, essentially 5 bad games in a row. But 5 bad games out of 17s, and the good games have been really good, leads them to obviously having had a very, very good tournament overall. And for T1 as well, 2 wins coming into this. It could be a 3rd win. And I think probably even you could give them the consistent tag even more than Gen G, because they didn't really have, the 5 bad game drop-off that they obviously had on day 2. And it just sets us up beautifully. And it's really unfortunate. This is the one time we don't actually have the in-game leaderboard, Jordan, because it's the one time we need it the most going into the last game. You've quite literally got 5 teams that are all very much neck and neck going into the last game for 1 spot, and nothing really separating them. So we'll do our best to obviously try and keep up with where all of that is at. But maths are hard, especially with no in-game leaderboard.
Yeah, no API for this tournament, unfortunately. But either way, we'll keep an eye on things, track it as best as we can do. Superstar, by the way, low-key, putting a bit of pressure in onto Gen G at the moment. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the better of T1, but I think they're looking for a 2nd place right here. Tosi should go down. EJ not quite landing that final bullet that was required to get the knock, but Tosi quite low. Being a win a duel against EJ, finish that one off. Superstar down to 2 now. Heather getting involved in the mix here as well, just to try to pick up a couple more points here for T1. Ian looking for more, bit of a spray in there. The Superstar players eliminated in the end by Gen G, and it is Tosi at the back tree that Ian is going to be looking for. He knows that Bean is close by. Type getting dropped. We'll throw a bit of a spanner in the works here, but Heather on the long flank does drop Tosi. So even though T1 are losing members here and there, they have got such crazy zone control that it's going to be an easy dub for T1 right at the back end. The penultimate game will go their way, lock them in for a slot at EWC alongside Gen G, and then the conversation turns to who will take spot number 3.
And no idea. You couldn't really have an accurate prediction based off of how close those teams are. It's not even like one of them is, say 10 points above the rest and the rest are close. They're all neck and neck. I think the largest of the gaps might be 2 or 3 points, but it's going to be such an incredible finish here for the final game for the Korean qualifiers to see who gets that 3rd spot, between FN Esports, Asla, D+, Divine. You may as well throw Esports from in there as well, Jordan. The way that tonight's gone, anything could realistically happen. I'm not imagining Star Blue and Baker is going to go and get a 15 kill win to leapfrog all of them. That would be probably a bit too much to ask for, but it set us up nicely. Anytime you go into a final game, you want that final spot to at least be open, and it's not just open, it is wide open. Final game after this break, it's Erangel. It's match 18 to decide the 3rd team who goes to Esports World Cup.
Come into my world.
So match 18, Jordan, this is it. The final game here for Korea on the road to the Esports World Cup. 2 teams already locked in, Gen G, T1. But the spot, that third spot that is available, wide open race. And we've got the updated leaderboards. It's very close, 114 points. FN Esports just holding on. But Jordan, the gaps below them, marginal at best.
Yeah, it's very, very close. FN Esports 114 at the moment, as the Pentagram 112, Divine 110, D plus Kia 109, Esports from 101. So there's the teams that potentially still in the running for that top 3 spot. Of course, we've already talked about Gen G and T1 being more or less locked in. Well, they are locked in, really, let's be real. So it does come down to one final game with a points gap of 10 between 3rd and 8th, which is pretty crazy. I mean, it's not often, not always that you see that this ends up being the case. In a lot of instances, maybe it might be 2 slots to qualify and those 2 slots are already kind of locked in. But luckily for us today, there is 3 qualification spots.
Thank God for that.
One of those is very much up for grabs. Yeah, if it were not for that 3rd spot, this last game would be a bit of a dead rubber. No one will be catching Gen G and T1, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and I think that of the teams, obviously for FN, Asla, Divine, and D+, the gaps between those being 5, they don't have to do anything too crazy. I would say Esports From, if we want to obviously include them in this conversation, being 13 points behind that 3rd spot, they probably need a win. They probably need to actually get like a 10 kill win, only because there's so many teams above them. So they're all going to pick up a couple of points. You would imagine if you want to kind of put a bit of a soft total, you're probably close to around that 120 mark. If you're winning this game, Esports From would then need essentially, a 10 kill win would put them to a 121 margin. So that's probably what they need, whereas the other teams don't really need that. Now we're going to obviously try and do our best to kind of keep up to date with where that leaderboard is. We understand there's no in-game leaderboard to keep an eye on it. Maths is certainly hard. I've got a little notepad up to kind of keep track of the numbers as they happen, and of course we've got the leaderboard going into it.
Xenox is going to be doing maths on stream with a pen and paper. It's actually over. There's just no chance.
I'd rather try and fail than not try at all, Jordan. That's my motto. The one thing that would be the easiest to make our job easier would be like if FN Esports go and have a big game and then the other 3 behind them don't really do anything. It's very easy to then say that they're going to be in the top 3. So a 2-point gap though is pretty much nothing as we look at the game rankings from the last one, and it's fascinating because T1, they picked up all the points, but Superstar with 12, SGA with 10, If You Mind Game with 9. So it was the teams fighting for 3rd that all struggled outside of Divine. Those 6 points for Divine, it wasn't even enough to get them into 3rd, but it just puts them in that really comfortable spot where they're now only 4 points behind. They can kind of just focus on their own game. FN with 2, and Begapar are the ones that would be obviously kicking themselves. If they had say 10 points from that game, so if you added an extra 8 to Begapar, they'd be tied with Esports From. They'd be in the same conversation as them. You win, you might be in. That's no longer the case. They're too far behind. Same for Star Balloon as well. So the door wide open, only one team can fit through, and it's going to be Looney Tunes hour to see them try and fit 5 teams through one door. Only one's going to come out the other side though. Do you have a prediction, Jordan? I mean, it's so difficult because it's PUBG, but if you had to kind of go and look down those list of teams, FN down to EFM, who strikes you the most as being able to have the mental fortitude in this final game to get the job done?
Yeah, well, here's the visual representation of that again. Just to reiterate, FN currently holding on to that top 3 spot. 114 for them, 112 for Asla, 110 for Divine, 109 for D+, and 101 for Esports From. Kind of in the running. Star Balloon, if they have an absolutely monumental game, maybe at 94 points. Begapar maybe at 93, but really starting to stretch it thin there. As far as a prediction, I did go with Divine at the start of the day. I think they're probably due for a decent game. Don't know that they've had an astronomical day today, so I'll stick with Divine for now, and hopefully we'll get a good finish here. That's really all that I want. I don't really have a horse in this race necessarily. I'm not super overly invested in the Korean region in terms of which teams I have a certain level of affiliation toward. That may change next week in APAC when we have a couple of Aussie teams, or hopefully when we have a couple of Aussie teams competing. But for this week, I'm just hoping that we're going to get a good finish. And as far as the playing path is concerned, it is going to set us up nicely for that. This is certainly not anything too outrageous, just pretty much south to north. We're going to get everybody pretty happy across the board and looting up nice and early here. So in about 35 minutes time, we will know which 3 teams are going through to the Esports World Cup from Korea for PUBG.
I kind of have to stick with D+, don't I? If you're going to stick with Divine, I'll just stick with D+. I think the easy answer is always the team that's in third coming into this game, but in this particular instance, that's less confident, right? Because FN's gap is so minor. I mean, the one thing for FN that they have over all the other teams being in that position is if they just get the most points this game, they're in. There's no other world in which that, they would be out. On the flip side, like an ASLA 2 points behind, but if they don't close that 2-point gap, like they could have a 12-point game, but if FN have, an 11-point game, then that's good enough. It won't be enough to then close that gap. Center circle, talk about absolute peach center for the final game of Erangel fitting. No crazy, funny business. We've already had a couple of Sosnovka Island games. Don't get anything towards George, which I probably would have liked. EFM, they need the points, Jordan. They're the team. They're the one outlier of that bunch where they need essentially like a 10+ kill win if they're going to get it done. And it is possible. All of the teams that are in this conversation have actually won a game so far through these 17 matches that have been played. So we are talking about teams that can do this. When we think about teams that are towards the bottom and, like throughout day 2, for example, we're like, oh, well, Ignis probably need a win and this amount of kills. Those teams are less likely to be able to do that. But these top teams certainly can have that big performance here in the final game.
Yep, and it's a super standard circle as well. So we're not going to be getting anything too crazy out of this game in terms of circle pulls you would be thinking. Divine already starting to think about making their move in toward maybe Potato Hill. ASLA could be on for that position as well out of the school. Our apartments kind of drop. FN Esports on our screens here alongside Phantom Hearts. So FN in Primorsk are probably the team that have got the longest to go, that are still in the conversation at the moment. But that's not always necessarily a bad thing. You imagine a hard shift out to the western side of the zone. They may get into somewhere in the Gatka fields and not actually end up in too bad of a position at all. But early days, for now, everyone just happy to get themselves set up with a bit of looting, get all of that sorted. What's Park Pro up to here, man? I mean, this is what I'm talking about, by the way, earlier on in the day, where you see those teams that are maybe not really quite in the running anymore, getting up to some funny business. I don't know if maybe Bago Park quite falls into that. Like, again, if they would have an absolute miracle run of a game here and everyone else falls flat, there's a mathematical world where it could be possible. And I suppose, again, the way that you would make that happen is if Park Pro pushes up here into North Georgia Pole and maybe finds a quick kill onto one of the Ignis members to get the ball rolling, get some points in the back pocket early on in the piece.
I mean, they would need like a 20 kill win, which again, PUBG is always, finicky like that because the mathematics are behind it. And, I know people probably get upset sometimes when we say things like, oh, well, this team can't do it. And they're like, well, actually, if they wipe the whole lobby, never seen. It's been 8 years. I've never seen a team wipe a whole lobby. I think the higher kill margins that I've ever really seen are closer to the 20-25 mark. So that's usually your upper limit, and those are very much like once a year kind of games that, a team like Baker haven't shown necessarily the form in being able to do that. Usually you see those kind of games if it's like a one qual spot, like back in the day when it was like one team would qualify and used to have like, Atletico or Incognito, they would be capable of, a 20+ point game to overcome a margin, but I don't think it's really possible here. Orca with a little slip over. Genji are in, of course, to the Esports World Cup, representing Korea. They can, if they wanted to, they could just nade each other and just go to bed early tonight. It would make no change.
No, they probably wouldn't even drop out of first place, to be honest.
No, they wouldn't.
But might as well get as much match practice as you possibly can. If you're going to be going to the Esports World Cup, there's going to be quite a degree of emphasis put on a team like Genji. I know that they're a pretty large organization. They've got teams in other games as well. So when it comes to Esports World Cup, seeing their PUBG team qualify through is going to be really, really big because, you know, you and I obviously both fairly familiar with the workings of Esports World Cup, having been there last year. Xenoxon at Club Championship is the big talking point. I suppose that's a bit different about the Esports World Cup in comparison to other events. It's quite a heavy focus actually on the organization.
2 tournaments in one, really.
Yeah. So, you know, that gives Gen G as an organization an extra leg up in that club championship discussion as well. And, you know, I think they've got League of Legends teams and whatnot that will presumably be trying to qualify there as well. So it will be a big positive from Gen G's perspective as an organization to see this qualification happen as comfortably as it has. And they're going to want a similar solid performance from their PUBG team at Esports World Cup as well.
Yeah, funnily enough, actually, they just got into Siege, but they picked up an EU team. So they'll be trying to get in to the Esports World Cup through that avenue as well. They're not the only ones. I'm sure T1's probably got a couple of teams too, being such a, you know, world-class organization. Looking at Asla right now, dead center of this phase 1 circle. It's always, these are the mentally tough games, so much pressure, you don't want to do anything wrong. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of those teams vying for third to just say, you know what, let's just play for late game. We don't need a whole lot of kills. If we just win this game, that's already 4 points of a buffer. If you get the 10, the next best that someone can get is 6. So that's 4 guaranteed points that you know the others can't actually achieve outside of making it up through kills. If you're winning, you're at least getting 3 to 4 kills minimum, and that might be enough. So you probably want to play for the late game. None of these teams need to run around and look for kills. At least that's the way I'm kind of looking at it. And Asla then therefore being in a pretty decent position. 2.5 minutes till phase 2, and not surprising that this is rather quiet at the moment.
Yeah, take it nice and easy. We talked about Divine looking to start to move into positions early on in the piece. They look like they've set themselves up with a nice 2-2 split there. Close toward the center of the zone, right next to D plus Kia. So our 2 teams that we've got, you know, some vested interest in, standing right next to one another. FN next to D plus Kia as well. So quite a number of the teams that are in the big conversation in close proximity. Esports from, you know, the outside chance, a pretty heavy outside chance, particularly now seeing that they are still out by Stalbar Hill. Some of them in the blue trying to rotate their way down, and they look like they're actually about to run into Superstars who for some reason are still hanging around near Stalbar Hill as well. I think they're trying to cut off Esports from. They are certainly looking for them. They know someone's here.
Well, they're going really wide blue wrap, so I think they're going to avoid this little barricade that's been set up by Superstars. Esports from are not going to take any shortcuts, and this is a really smart rotate. If this was like game 1, game 2, maybe they would have, you know, got caught by that little gatekeep, but when you're talking about needing essentially to win, you're not going to take any shortcuts. Clearly switched on. I mean, you don't do this wrap unless you actually think there's a chance that, you know, a team like Superstars may look and block that path near Stalbar for your rotate. And phase 1 blue isn't really going to do a whole lot. And because of the nature of the phase 1 circle, like if this shifts in east, yeah, they're going to be in a really good spot. And if it goes out west, well, you were going to be far away anyway because there's only 30 seconds to go. But Superstars, it's almost like they're trying to cut them off. I think they've seen maybe a glimpse of their rotate. We'll see if they keep driving, then no. But if they do kind of pull up a little bit, then it might be a case of trying to cut them off, which is a bit strange. But it looks as if this is going to be just a normal rotate now for Superstar. I don't think they're going to do any funny business, which is good for EFM, who've actually kind of just cut back now straight in line towards the circle rather than wrapping down south. PO will pick up a point for Bakerput. Started the last game off, of course, with that double kill bridge camp on D plus Kia, and then it all just went south as we get the circle pop here for phase number 2. And it is going to go out towards the west. Not ideal for EFM, who are super far away from this shift. Right on to Gen G.
That's a very interesting shift, actually. And you mentioned EFM. They've got themselves a glider. Rascal can be trying to do some scouting there. He's got some M249 shots headed in his direction, but looking okay At the moment, the connection's not happening. Red zone getting an ult there onto Heat.
That's a point.
Nuda apparently just absolutely hates birds. And so he's going to spend an entire clip trying to get rid of that glider. But yes, that point for Asla
Notepad.
is important. Write it down. Are you doing tallies? Tally markers? That's got to be the way to do it, right?
Yeah, it's in. Flame with the kill on to Hayne. I feel for
13.
Eagle Owls. They had a really, really good start to this tournament, but this fight right now, as it's taking place, I think we've seen it happen like the last 10 games in a row.
I'll tell you what, I'll make your life a little bit easier. I don't think you have to track the Eagle Owls kills anymore. I don't reckon they're making it, mate.
I don't think
Nice
they
kill,
are,
though.
but they do wipe out SGA, and I think they will be able to get these revives as well with Hush because no one's close by. We are in
know what?
Pachinki with this fight as well, so they'll get the double revive.
Put him down. Put him on the list, mate.
Nah,
We don't want to make the mistake.
I think we'll leave it.
All right. 2 kills, though. They'll be up to 103 points already, mate. There's only 11-point gap between them and FN Esports right now. It's not impossible. Gen G, though, soaking up a few of those points, going to make it more difficult for the rest of the chase pack to take them away. And Gen G quite happily set up in a bit of a line north out of Pachinki. So quite solid zone control from them. I mean, it's a pretty outrageous shift, all things considered. Quite a number of teams having to make their move to try to get in. Divine have set themselves up on the sort of farmhouses outside of Pachinki, just out to the east there. So they're going to be hoping for an eastern pool. I'm not sure how lucky they're going to be in that respect. Asla at the compound along the road from school to Pachinki. We all know what it's called. Not safe for broadcast. And D plus Kia on Pachinki Hill for the moment. So a few of those teams are kind of hoping for different zone shifts. FN Esports just out in Pachinki themselves. But all in reasonably close proximity. If this ends up being somewhat of a more southern, more eastern shift, it's going to be okay for all involved.
I mean, the nature of this game changes so much. If it gets out of Pachinki, if it goes towards Pachinki, then it just becomes an all-in brawl. And I kind of don't want a Pachinki finish for this final game. It just comes down to too much TDM. I love PUBG for what it is, which is, you know, the moving and the roaming and the trees and the vehicles and the landscape. If it just comes down to a Pachinki finish, then it's just, you know, entering buildings and smokes and flashes. And it's, yeah, obviously a part of the game, but it becomes an even more difficult game to actually have a really good grasp on. And it does feel like teams will get naturally a little bit unlucky as they push into a building. It's not the way I want this to finish. Phase 3 pop. Does it go on to Pachinki or does it move away? And it very much, I think, will move away. It's more west side Pachinki. Pachinki's still in, but barely. Unless it gets a phase 4 shift. I think this is going to go very much open field, south of Ruins. That main road coming out of Pachinki is going to certainly be a big factor. And D plus on the south side of it, which is not a bad position right now if they kind of can find a good foothold.
Yeah, I don't half mind FN Esports' chances here, though. They've got control of that church outside of Pachinki, and so a lot of teams going to be rotating past them. They'll be in with a crack of picking up some kill points on the way through. Asla Pentagram will definitely have to fight their way forward from here. They're actually going to be one of the late rotators. You can already see T1 going past them. Gen G's ahead of them already. So Asla are biding their time. Bago, again, Bago Par, man, like, this is a phase 3 pool. You know teams are going to be heading in your position, and you've got a 4-way split. They are starting to regroup, though. I wonder if a Khan gets crashed here at some point. If anybody recognizes that is a compound that's being held by a solo, they are going to be very keen to lock that in themselves. Songjung going to go back over and join a Khan, so it will end up being, again, a 2-1-1 split from Bagopar. They know that the Gaka field is pretty empty at this stage, so they're not too worried about what's coming in from their west. I do love this position, though, for FN Esports. They are right smack bang in the position you'd want to be in.
I'm just looking at that Pachinki mess, though. There's so many teams that have just huddled up in there that getting out is just going to be an absolute nightmare. And Divine is in that mix. FN in that mix. E plus, more so Gatka Fields area. If they get a pull, they could be in a really good position late game. 5 points behind the current leaders. As things stands, FN Esports, 114 points, still good enough. Blackwalk with the knock onto Roy. Is Phantom Hearts losing some members here. Double knock onto Roy and Stella. And KXG close by. There's a double knock on to T1. But again, they are already heading off to the Esports World Cup. So not too phased, honestly, on their part. There's a point, though, for FN, stolen by Starlord. So they go to 115. If we're keeping tabs at home, with a good steal with that frag grenade, that puts them now 2 above Asla, who, as we saw before, Jordan, Asla's rotate, not going to be that easy. Make that 116 now for FN, as Rex gets the kill onto EN, wipes out T1. They can now start working on getting their tickets to head off to Riyadh.
Well, I wouldn't be locking them in just yet. They got to be getting those the good tickets. You know, you can't get the light tickets that you can't refund. They've still got to make sure that they have the refund available, because at this stage, this is a game that could still go anywhere. And speaking of anywhere, well, where is the next zone shift going to end up pulling? It'll go further in towards Pachinki, and FN Esports are looking at that and absolutely screeching with happiness. Divine perhaps as well, as they're inside of that zone too. So this is definitely starting to heat up for those two teams in particular. We saw for a second Asla up on the northern side of the map are having a bit of a back and forth with Ignis. It might not actually be the worst thing in the world, because they do need to get some serious points on the board here. But they're going to cut their losses and start to make their rotate in. You'll see Asla at some point shortly.
Oh no.
Kill feed. Unfortunately, red zone's been knocked, and that might just start to be the end of Asla. The zone has just pulled away from them a couple of times. It's put them in an awkward spot. They've had to make some rough rotations, and I think Asla at this stage now are probably out of the race. And to make matters worse, it is at the hands of Zenith as well from FN Esports, so that'll be potentially an extra point going over to FN.
Yeah, 3 points
is the
behind.
only one remaining.
3 points behind, and now you're down to a solo in Glaz, and Hammer's just spotted him through the window. How to be so close to a top 3 spot, and then for it all to just go horribly wrong in the last game for Asla Pentagram. And not just the last game, Jordan, but really the last 2 games. Like, they haven't really been able to get the necessary points. Glass is staying alive. Now, can maybe he get over towards Hal? Probably not, even with these smokes. But if I'm going to be honest, his best chance of getting points this game is to get there. But unfortunately, Hal is bleeding out pretty quickly. Kachi with a knockdown onto Untop. Django does get knocked down as well. Kachi, you got to hit these shots, and he can't, despite a headshot. That's 2 down at the moment for D plus Kia. They are finding themselves on the ropes as well. So far, this is the perfect game for FN Esports as things are transpiring, but it's not over yet. Wicked with the knock onto Lua. Hammer stole the kill of Hal, so that's 1 less point for FN. Wonderful now with the knock onto Gop. Wicked will confirm that one.
He's going to confirm a couple of them. This could still be actually a really big fight for D plus Kira if they get through it with all 4 players alive. That's huge from Minuta with the M249. He knocks Wicked down. And DK, D plus Kia, down to just the 1 player remaining. It is Sol. A confirmed kill onto Jangu. EFM losing Rascal in the meanwhile as well. Not that they're much of a conversation point at this stage, but still worth keeping an eye on. Begopar, by the way, 6 kills. I don't know if we want to start considering the possibility of Begopar. Xenox is having none of it. And I don't know.
They're still about 17 points behind. Make that 16 points behind FN. It's a long way to go. But I guess it could become a possibility, and I'll chuck them in the tab. I'll start now, Jordan. They got 8 kills. Why not?
Yeah, hey, who knows? 20 kill win could be on the cards here for Begopar. Let's not say never. Never say never when it comes to PUBG. 40 players. 101, they need to get to at least about 120, let's say. So they need another 20 points. It'll have to be a big game from them, but look, it's, yeah, not out of this world necessarily. Gen G, though, picking up some of those. Ignis under the pump as KX Gaming do get eliminated. D plus Kia getting those points. Kachi finishing off Minuto. I don't know how many players D plus Kia actually have got standing at the moment, but I think it's at least 3.
FM out as well, by the way, so their time at this tournament is over.
Done. Yep, they're done. And Gen G just taking everything they can get at the moment. Oh my goodness, Begopar. Don't be doing this to me. Brimmy, if he would have just shot them, he was going to get 2 at least. Park Pro, though, knocked out. Gen G being the absolute arbiters of this game at the moment. Oh dear. Tosi will fall to
Just
PO.
as I put them on the list, they go and do this.
It ain't over yet, mate. It ain't over. PO's still alive. This guy's the GOAT.
It's over for Asla. They are out. They cannot get into the top 3 as they are still behind FN as they go out. FN right now are about to limp over the finish line, Jordan. They are on 116 points. D plus 112, Divine 111.
Well, let's not forget about the possibility of Divine. They have been keeping their heads down this game so far. But yes, you're right. It is very squarely on the shoulders of FN Esports at the moment. D plus Kia do have 3 alive out toward the western side of the map as well. They are not really getting into a lot of this shenanigans. They're trying to save themselves for the end game, which is potentially a wise choice. And getting some footage now of Divine. Actually 4 alive. Center's own. Barpo's probably got the most central position inside of that Wizzy under the church. And he could prove to be extremely influential come phase 6 and 7.
E plus on 113 points. It's going to get really tricky once we get into placement points. Right now, yeah, 116 for FN, 113 for D+, 111 for Divine. Tiebreaker rules, of course, placement points, which FN have the most coming into this game. Soul knocked down by Gun 1. It feels like D+ are really battling right now. And they've got everything to play for. They've lost Soul, Wicked, and Catchy. They only need 4 more points to actually put themselves into 3rd. That's how close they are right now. But in terms of how close they are to being eliminated, I think that's even closer. Catchy trying to spot a gap in the smoke. 3 members of Gen G. He looks to push forward. Wicked's knocked down by Primi. The solo in the blue. And D plus Kia are eliminated. 1 less team to fight FN Esports and Divine for their position in the top 3.
Yeah, it really feels like it's become a 2-horse race at this stage. But both of those 2 are looking fairly strong at the moment. Star Balloon just sitting on the ridge below the church.
5-point gap here. 5-point gap. Divine are 5 points away. Now they're both in placement points, so I got to add 1 more each. 117 to 112.
It's very close. But a 5-point gap at this stage is going to be tough to overcome unless Divine maybe win the game over FN and get some of those kills. Either way, we'll keep in touch with that in a second because there's a push over the top here from Eagle Owls right into Star Balloon. So that'll be another point in the back pocket of Gun 1. But he's got to change his position up because now they're looking for the trade and they found it. Easy one in the end. Star Balloon, though, do eliminate Eagle Owls in 8th place. 7 teams remaining. Star Balloon's down to just Babbo. This is a chance for some points on the board here for FN Esports. They're actually keen on it. You can see them making that rotate. There's that 2-2 split that FN are now bringing back together. They want to get these points on the board. They know there's an opportunity, but Gen G are coming in force as well to the church position. This could fall apart for FN. They find 2, Gone 1, and AO down at the hands of FN, but they now have to try to hold off Gen G.
Seven-point gap. They need to wipe out FN. Dayon with a big knock, as you said, but I think this will be a pretty easy revive. Dayon has got 2 frag grenades, but the good news for Divine, they know where FN are. The bad news is they need to kill them. Like, this can't come down to these 2 teams at the very end of it. The gap is too large right now. 7 points.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, those placement points could be a massive impact here. Divine get themselves another with the kill onto Deva as Phantom Hearts are eliminated. So 2 kill points here for Divine, but very much just trying to keep their heads down still and stay strong for the end game. Gen G in the end opting not necessarily to push in onto FN Esports. I think if that knock might have come through a little bit earlier and maybe FN might have lost one in the earlier fight, Gen G would have pushed in onto that church position, but won't happen this time. Hella gets himself a knock, and they're going to try to find the finish. Flame of Gen G will fall. Orca's going to get the trade for that one onto Insfire, but there's a nade back in his direction. This is looking pretty grim for Gen G. Grenade will finish off Flame. It will knock Orca. Divine are hearing and seeing
need to push
all
out.
of that.
They need to push out and start getting involved now.
Barpo's looking for it.
Whether they like it or not.
Hella's going to get the confirmed kill here onto Blackwalk, I think. Yeah, it'll go down to the blue, which I'm pretty sure is going to be the point for Hella.
Yep.
So Divine up to 3 now.
Yes.
And so Barpo having a look.
They're on 116, 3 kill points, 3 placement points, minimum of 5th. And FN Pocheon, I think, are on 122. And I haven't seen their kills for a little bit. We haven't been able to tab onto them, but they've been just stuck in this building, and Divine on the outskirts of it.
Oh, the circle pull. Oh, dear.
Honestly, that's good news. The Divine need to wipe out FN, and this is the best chance to do it. Surround this building. They have to leave it. The only way Divine are going to get third is if they kill FN right now.
Yeah,
FN have got better placement points. They got better placement points for the tiebreaker. They're still a solid, 6 or 7 points ahead. You've got to wipe them out and then push forward.
Well, Bean's going to be watching the church position. Ricky D as well. FN aren't exactly going to have an easy exit out the back. And Hella from Divine has pushed so far up to this church that if they wrap out the side, he might be able to get himself a cheeky pick. Wonderful. Onto Rex. That's the first knock. Nade over the top. He's going to try and finish it off onto Zenith. He's got to make sure he doesn't fall here as well. It's crucial for Divine to keep numbers up. Rex goes down. It's another point for Divine. And it is the sweetest point they've gotten all game because it is giving them that chance to catch up with FN.
Yeah, 100%. And then weakens them to 3. And they know they're still in the church. And on the other side of it as well, Ricky D. So 4 kills for FN Pocheon puts them to, I think
Starlord
was in a knockdown as well. We go to the top 4. They really need them out really soon. 4 kills, you get 4 points as well for 4th. So that gives them 8 points, 122 to 117. To 118. It's a 4-point gap right now. But FN is starting to lose members, and Starlord's going to go out here.
They're taking it to the zone. They are literally, I think they're choosing to go down to the zone.
The best opportunity. They won't need too much more, but they need to stay alive.
Oh, it's not an easy task. I mean, the tough ask is first getting rid of FN and then finding a way to get into the zone in safety. I mean, if they could maybe just outlast Bean and take something like a 2nd instead of a 3rd, assuming that Starlord is going to go down here. FN,
all right, they're out
in 4th. If Divine can outlast Gen G, that's going to go a long way. That's an extra couple of placement points.
I'm pretty
sure they don't have a lot to work with.
More points. I think they need 4 more points.
Ooh,
they're in such a bad spot. Big knock onto Kim Jun. Can you get the flush? Look at where they're at, though, Jordan, position-wise. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Bean with a double knockdown onto Haller and Wonderful. And it seems like with that elimination, FN Esports should be all but confirmed, heading off to the Esports World Cup. We're not going to obviously lock it in. We need to wait for the full results. But it seems like that should do it. And it means If You Mind game might end up with the final chicken dinner. As Bean, Bean could still honestly 1v3. He's made his way over, and at this point they have a little celebratory punch-off, and why not? Final game, Gen G are off to the Esports World Cup. Bean wins the first fight of the fist fight. Surely you just let If You Mind game get a little chicken dinner to close this off, or they're really going to just punch this up.
I mean, it's largely irrelevant in terms of
it's completely irrelevant.
Either of these teams' qualifications. So
here we go.
Competitive integrity out the window, whatever. Bean's going to go for the jumping headshot.
I've never seen this before.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade so far. They've actually added quite a tussle. Bean.
Oh shit! Oh, Bean.
His name's Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson.
Oh, Fairy makes it quick so he doesn't have to punch him to death and says, all right, heal up, let's go. Bean. And he did that, by the way, with a little bit less health because the first aid kit only gets you to 75. So it was an advantage, actually. Oh, what a stop. Bean's going to 1v3, punch them to death. Oh, Fairy is not winning this one unless he goes for the pen and Bean finishes it off. Gen G.
Actually clocked him.
I've never seen that before.
It was right in the head.
They win in one of the most hilarious finishes you will ever see. It's another victory for Gen G. Their 6th chicken dinner, Jordan, and deservedly so. The best team all tournament, #1 spot, off to the Esports World Cup, being with a 1v3 punching finish. If You Mind game, 2nd in the last game. Obviously T1 are off as well. I'm pretty certain that it is very much going to be FN Esports joining those two teams respectively. Jordan, we'll wait for full confirmation. We have to, so that we don't have any funny shenanigans. But it does seem like it's heading in that direction. What a game. It's quite funny that we had all these teams, Jordan, and none of them were able to have a big finish.
Yeah. I mean, look, to be honest, FN and Divine, they made a pretty good crack of it. Had that zone pool not gone out to the west, if it had remained on the east, if they could have maintained their positions inside of the church and the Wizzy, it could have been a completely different story. It could have been, it coming down to those two teams in a final sort of 4-on-4 pitched battle, and that would have been certainly a sight to behold. So something that we, I guess, miss out on. But I've got to give credit to Divine. It was a good shout in the end, but Bean, what a crazy clutch from him. Not necessarily that I'm talking about the punch on that he gets into, but the 3 kills that he got in quick succession, kind of just shattering the hopes of Divine in the blink of an eye. He just seemed to have like this perfect angle. He was like standing on the bucket of a truck or something like that, and he had a nice little sightline into the one small little spot that Divine had of some relative safety. The issue for Divine was like they had to invest so much time and effort to get into that church position to actually get rid of FN Esports that they knew that they had to do that, and that's fair enough. But in doing so, they kind of sacrificed their rotate into the next zone. So, they're sort of like, what's the word? Like biting their nose to spite their face, I think is the terminology or the phrase. They're really like, they're kind of hurting themselves in a way just to try to help themselves in another way. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it was enough just based on the algebra that Xenox was spitting out during the cast there.
I mean, the one thing that certainly didn't help was the fact that the team in third, being FN, got themselves the church position, and the circle kept kind of staying on there until the very end, where of course it then pulled out towards the fields. But for a team that was controlling the destiny of not just them but also all the other teams to make it so deep towards the end, those placement points so valuable, and because all the other teams were so close in margin, they weren't thinking about bloodthirsty kills. They weren't thinking about edge wraps and trying to get a big kill tally. That no one really did anything because they all just kind of wanted to make it towards the end game. D plus didn't really get much from that game. Divine clearly were in a similar position to FN Esports, and therefore, because they were basically in the same position, when you've still got a 4-point gap going into the game, that's kind of then hard to actually overcome because you're both essentially doing the same thing. As the pentagram go out early, they were pretty unfortunate with the pull. I'm very curious to see more than anything how close I actually got with the numbers that I was trying to keep track of. I had it as 122 to 119, so I'm we'll see if I'm right, which is, a very small margin. But as we could clearly see, Divine went out pretty much immediately after FN. You only get the 1 extra placement point at that point, and they didn't get any extra kills beyond that. So I'm pretty confident that it is FN. But I've been wrong in the past, and I'm not good at maths.
No, I mean, my gut feeling is...
I was right.
You were?
I was right. Yes, just updated. 122 FN Esports, 119 Divine. I got it right. That was very difficult to do.
I'm proud of you, man.
I actually got it right for once. I was trying really hard because I know when we don't have that in-game leaderboard, it's very difficult. Usually when we get it wrong, well, when I get it wrong, Jordan, is more so the predictive analysis of the points and thinking, well, X team needs X kills and X placement points, and sometimes that can get a little bit janky. But in this case, I was very much just like watching the kill feed and just like anytime I saw a kill point, and then once we got to placements, it was like, okay, now I've got to make sure I'm giving both teams their respective minimum finishes. But you can see how close it ended up being for Divine to miss out by 3 points. And as we always say in PUBG, Jordan, like, it's a marathon, not a sprint. 18 games played. You don't look at that last game and think, oh, we could have done this, and look how close we were. You got to think back. What about game 3? What about game 6? What about game 9? What about game 14? There's so many opportunities for you to get those points. Like, in the end, for a lot of these things, even down to Star Balloon in 9th, like, you're only 20-something points off an EWC call spot. Like, you could look back at this tournament and think, geez, we kind of blew an opportunity. Eagle Owls as well are thinking, we got 53 points on night 1 and then 41 points through then 2 nights. Like, all they had to do was actually maintain, like, what's that, 30, like 35 points a night in the next 2 nights after their night 1 performance, they would have gone through. Doesn't sound that difficult to do, but apparently it was. And yeah, Gen G, T1, FN, Pocheon are going to be representing the Korean region at the Esports World Cup for PUBG.
Yeah, indeed. Nice math on your behalf, but we were pretty good in terms of the predictions of roughly what the points cutoff would end up being. We did say about 120-ish for third, 140,
yeah.
150 for second. Obviously, Gen G ended up ballooning out their points. 195 total, by the way, for an 18-game tournament is a huge number from Gen G. Admittedly, a little bit inflated.
How many did they have tonight? They must have had like a. I think they did. They must have had a bigger night tonight than they did even night 1, because they had the 73 points on night 1.
93 points tonight.
Yeah,
That's
there
insane.
you go. Yeah, I was about to say, like, it just completely ballooned out. They had a 17 kill win at the end. So,
However, yeah, they got 3
shot it
free
out.
kills out of that, and a win. So 7 free points.
Well, not free. Bean punched his way through to that win. Thank you very much.
I don't know if he's winning the 1v3 if all things were going to plan there. But look, credit to Gen G. 195 points is a big one. 6 chicken dinners as well. So 33% win rate. Again, probably should have been
insane.
5, but that's just crazy.
I think he could have honestly 1v3 if you my game at the end. I don't think it was a foregone conclusion. But Jordan, we're looking to wrap things up. Any final thoughts? I know we've got APAC next weekend for their road to the Esports World Cup, but for Korea, we're done now. Any closing thoughts?
Oh, it's just been nice to be back on PUBG with you, Xenox. It's been like being a young lad again, you know. I'm back to 2018. It feels so youthful. So let's do it again next weekend.
Yeah, looking to run it back. All right, well, for Korea, we are done. And, of course, next weekend, we will have APAC. For more PUBG later on today, though, I'm pretty certain it'll be EMEA and then America following. So if you want to obviously stick with the channel over the next 10 hours, probably, you can get even more PUBG action. But best of luck to the 3 teams here in Korea that will be heading off to Riyadh to represent their region at the Esports World Cup. For me and Jordan, we'll see you next weekend for APAC.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now